All right, welcome back from lunch, Joint Appropriations Committee. We are right on track with our schedule. Behind 30 minutes, but that's okay. We are going to go ahead and start our afternoon with the Wyoming Gaming Commission. We have Executive Director Charles Moore here with us. Welcome, Director Moore.
Thank you, Chairwoman Nethercott. Appreciate it. Thank you. If I can start with a brief overview, if that's your pleasure.
Please do.
Thank you. Again, my name is Charles Moore. I'm the Director of the Wyoming Gaming Commission. With me today, on my right side, I have our Chief Financial Officer, Roy Horsley. On my left side here, I have Nick Laramendi, my Director or Deputy Director. And then I have Operations Manager, Mike Steinberg behind us here. And then we're very pleased to have Chief Francisco here, one of our commissioners. Again, thank you, committee members, for having us here today. The Wyoming Gaming Commission is a self-funded agency with a proposed biennium budget of over $70 million, of which 9% is dedicated to the administration of the Act. The remaining 91% is dedicated to the mandatory distributions as detailed in the Act. The proposed budget is a forward-thinking byproduct of our current legislation and contemplates reasonable expansion while taking a conservative approach. We regulate parimutuel wagering, skill-based amusement games, online sports wagering, charitable gaming, and we're also responsible for the enforcement of our gambling statutes. Additionally, we administer a widely successful Wyoming Breeders' Award Fund. We're projecting for 2024 distributions to be over $6.5 million. This is an incentive fund for our Wyoming bred horses to raise these horses in the state. And it's an envy of all other states as far as a breeder fund. We do all this with 13 FTEs and one TPO1 position. The TPO1 position is currently a vacant position. We utilize those TPO1s during the summer months when we have live racing. But we're covering over 97,000 square miles with 13 people. Last year, during the supplemental budget hearing, I promised to bring forward a more comprehensive and transparent budget, eliminating some of the needs for the B11s, and the budget requests you have in front of you today as a result of that promise. As we move through the budget, CFO Horsley will explain the mechanics, and methodology that went into redeveloping our budget and reducing the B11s. Some things I'd like to touch on is the Commission's philosophy and approach to our operations. Customer satisfaction and service. We continue to visualize ways to optimize and provide higher level of customer service to all of our licensees, as well as providing guidance to the applicants through the regulatory maze which the gaming industry fosters. The agency has a customer-facing approach and commitment to addressing all requests in a timely fashion, knowing that time is money, not only to the applicants, but also more importantly to the beneficiaries of the wagering activity. Integrity and accountability. That is the cornerstone of the industry where all points originate. Integrity underpins the gaming experience and our industry's success. From rigorous licensing regulations to thorough employee screening, the gaming industry is among the most robustly regulated businesses. We cultivate a deeply rooted culture of compliance through close partnerships and cooperation with all stakeholders. Interesting to note, committee members, is as the confidence in the wagering activity grows and the confidence in the regulatory structure that oversees it, you will see wagering activity increase. Racetrack safety. As many of you may know, during the 23 racing season, we had several injuries at the racetrack. We immediately increased our racing soundness exams to accommodate 100% of the horses, 100% of the time. And what this program is, we're doing pre-race examinations of the horses that are participating before they race. It was a very successful step. One of the major successes of eliminating any of the deaths after we implemented that. While this program is not an easy task to facilitate, we are committed to its continuance ensuring entrants are healthy and our Wyoming tracks are safe. In the months to come, the commission will be unveiling its new and updated rules. And yesterday, during our commission meeting, we adopted emergency rules to address racetrack safety as well. Efficiencies within the agency, leveraging technology and achieving cost optimization. We will continue to embrace automation, virtual meetings, data analytics, and outsourcing several aspects when that's applicable. Education and expertise. We will continue to foster the partnerships with other gaming regulators with the underlying intent to better serve our Wyoming citizens. These partnerships and participation in educational forums will assist us in developing our expertise while preserving the original foundation of the agency. The commission, myself, and staff are aggressively participating in several national organizations to improve our regulatory knowledge and overall breadth of the industry. In 2024, we will be sharing some of that knowledge via educational opportunities with our legislative branch, local municipalities, and of course, other executive branch and the Wyoming citizens as well. As we look forward to the future, I'm extremely optimistic about the future. But again, as it relates to the revenues generated for all the beneficiaries. However, again, as we look to the future, I am equally cautious as it relates to the unprecedented growth and limited staffing that we do have. Again, looking towards the future, the commission yesterday considered Wyoming Statutes 1125-201D, which specifically addresses, and I'll read this to you if you don't mind. On a quarterly basis, the commission shall transfer amounts within the account in excess of $1.5 million to the LISRA. We are asking you to review that statute and look at that again if you have an opportunity and potentially raise that level, that tip over in that account to give us a little more backing with the agency. Our legislative liaisons, and I didn't explain that very well, and I apologize for that, but our legislative liaisons, Senator Driscoll, Representative Newsom, will be bringing forward some of this discussion and can provide you with additional information. Again, what I'd like to do at this point, and in closing, is go through our list of benefits. And while this is an unaudited number, we just finished the calendar year. For this last year, 2023, the wagering activity in the state of Wyoming, and this is all of this is the historic racing, live racing, simulcasting, skill-based amusement games, sports wagering. We had a total of $1.8 billion wagered in the state of Wyoming. Of that, over the last 12 months, the beneficiaries of that, and the beneficiaries are the Breeders' Award Program, the state of Wyoming, the LISRA, city and county, school facilities program account, the Department of Health, the general fund was over $42 million.
Madam Chair.
Representative Walters?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just for clarity, you said 1.8 billion was the total amount wagered. That would be considered the handle, not net dollars.
That's a combination of, yes, and the majority of that is handle. With the HHRs, we had $1.6 billion wagered. With live racing, we had $2.3 million wagered. Simulcasting, and that's handle. Simulcasting, $3.6 million. Skill-based amusement games, which is on the net proceeds, $28 million. Online sports wagering, $153 million. Advanced deposit wagering, $3 million. Came up with that number. And once we have that completely audited for you, we will get that document to you. Yes.
And Director Moore, what was that number that came into the state? That 40-some million dollar number?
Yes. And again, please bear in mind, these are the unaudited numbers.
Sure.
And so we were putting them together right up to yesterday to get some of this, and we don't have all of it.
Understood.
So if I can go down through a very similar fashion that I did, the live racing, The Breeders' Award Program, $18 million. The state of Wyoming, which is the agency at this point, would be 35 million. Or excuse me, back up, I apologize. The Breeders' Award from live racing was $18,000. The state was $35,000. With the historic horse racing numbers, the Breeders' Award Fund, over $6 million. The state of Wyoming, and that's the agency, was over $4 million. The LISRA, over $4 million. The county distribution, over $8 million. City distribution, over $8 million. With simulcast wagering, which is the wagering of events from outside the state, that was $23,000 to the breeders. The state, $54,000. Skill-based amusement games. The school facilities program account received $2.5 million. The state, $570,000. Again, that's the agency. The county, $1.3 million. The city, $1.1 million. Online sports wagering. This is where we don't have our numbers up to date because they're required to report on the 15th. We haven't got there, so we're not up to date. But we will be transferring an additional $300,000, which would be over $600,000 have been transferred to the Department of Health. And up to this point, we've had, of this earlier report, $771,000 transferred to the general fund. And then the advanced deposit wagering is this is a different account, but a purse enhancement fund, $72,000. The off-track wagering operators fund, $9,700. State, $4,800, and the Breeders' Award Fund, $9,700. Additionally, the Legislative Stabilization Reserve account, our tip over fund, which is the fund that I'd referenced earlier, any funds over 1.5 million transfers into the LISR each quarter. We have transferred $2.6 million into the LISRA from that overabundance of money in our reserve account.
Madam Chairman,
Representative Stitt.
just a clarification on the online sports wagering. It sounded like there was $300,000 of tax revenue plus an additional $770,000 of revenue, so a little over $1 million of tax revenue. What was the handle, if you know, on the online sports wagering?
The numbers I have in front of me, and again, these are through, these are not updated numbers. The total wagering, $153 million. And we should have this completed and audited by next week, I'm hoping. And then we will get that updated document and get this to you all.
Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on, I have Mr. Laramende here. We provided to you in your handout a slide presentation, and I think he'd like to go through that, or if you have any questions on those slides at this point. So I'd pass it to Nick.
All right, Mr. Steinberg, go ahead.
Madam Chair, thank you. In the handout you received, there's about a quick, I think it's maybe 15-page projections that show from 2021 through current September 1st, 2023, and our projected growths through 2025. As you go through that handout, you'll see at the end of 2021, the Gaming Commission was overseeing 27 off-track wagering locations throughout the state with 2 permitted operators. As of September 1st of 2023, that number went from 27 off-track wagering to 42 approved off-track wagering locations. And as of yesterday, that number is now 45 approved off-track wagering locations. We currently have 3 permitted operators, and interest is being shown by some other groups to enter the live horse racing and off-track wagering market in Wyoming. On the 4th page, at the end of 2021, We had 298 skill game locations with 10 licensed vendors. As of September 21st of 2023, we had 378 locations with 16 permitted operators. And as of yesterday, we now have 18 licensed operators. We had seen a 26% growth in skill game projections in 6 months. If we follow that trend of 26% growth through 2025, we're estimating seeing about 480 locations for skill-based amusement games throughout the state. At the end of 2021, we had 778 registered breeding stock. That's for the Wyoming bred program. In 2023, that number had grown to 856, which is a 10% growth. Following that same 10% growth trend, we are projecting that the breeding stock numbers could reach about 950 by 2025.
Senator Grew?
Hi, I'm throwing a lot of numbers around here, so I just want to make sure that I'm tracking you okay. Could you tell me when skill-based games, skill-based locations, and I know, and number of machines versus historic racing locations and number of machines? Could you give me, can I get that breakout? Or did you tell it to me and I just missed it?
And your last name is Laramendi, is that right?
It is Laramendi, yes.
Great.
Yes.
Yep.
If I call you by the wrong name, please correct me. Thank you.
Madam Chair, thank you. So for skill-based amusement games to date, we have 368 locations statewide, and that consists of 1,412 active terminals. On the HHR side, the historic horse racing and OTB side, we have 37 operational OTBs, 45 approved, and we have 2,487 operational historic horse racing machines.
Follow up?
Follow-up.
So, Mr. Laramendi, at any given time, do you have a way of monitoring those machines?
Madam Chair, just to clarify, I'm not exactly sure what your question is.
Senator Grew, what is your question?
My question is, thank you, Madam Chairman. Mr. Laramendi, I'm sorry. My question is, at any given moment in time, I know, for example, on the skill-based amusement games, we've all seen the little thing where you pass around when every time someone makes a bet, it pops up on a little screen and it shows it and all that. So now what I'm talking about is these machines. Do you have access to the information of how those machines are being used at any given moment in time?
Madam
Each
Chair,
location on a daily basis, is there a way you can monitor that? Or for example, when machines go down, the bottom line where I'm getting here, there's a lot of money floating around here over, billion numbers. And so there's a lot of take and a lot of handle. There's a lot of money flying around here. And so, and as we've heard, there's 13 of you and there's, 2,487 plus 1,412 units sitting around all around the state at any given moment in time. People are putting money in them, taking money out of them. And that money's go floating around somewhere. And so how do you track that? How does that track for you? How do you see that? How do you get the information in real time? That's what
thank you, Madam Chair. On the historic horse racing side, we receive daily reports for all of the wagering activity. Those break down to the bill that is put in there. So for each machine, it'll tell us that 10 $1 bills went in it, $5 bills went in it, and so on. On the skill-based amusements, those aren't reporting real time. On some of our vendors, we have back-end access to their reporting systems. So we can log in at any given time and look at the location to see what's been wagered on what terminal. It doesn't break it down quite as detailed as the HHR side does, but it does give us real-time reporting of money in, money out of those machines. And we are also currently in the process of looking for bids for a CMS system, which is a central monitoring system that all of these terminals will connect to, and it'll be real-time reporting.
Madam Chair,
Follow-up?
that's what I was heading for and looking for, because like I say, with that amount of money and with that few amount of people. That's what I was kind of looking to find out. Thank you.
Representative Walters?
Madam Chairman, on the historic horse racing side of things, we've seen a 55% increase from 21 to 23 in historic horse racing locations, and I'm presuming machines, yet only a 10% increase in number of breeding stock and actually a decrease in number of breeders based on, or I'm assuming breeders, because our number of locations are decreasing. Director Moore, do you see a concern that this is more about historic terminals than about live horse racing when you see a trend like that where, because the growth in, you went from 2 to 3 operators, I recognize that, but you went from 2 to 3 operators, historic and live. So we're seeing a lot less live animals on a percentage basis than we are on that historic. So a few of your thoughts on that.
Madam Chair, Representative Walters, yes. You know, the reality of this is they can't operate the live track without funding from the historic racing and those additional revenues. And so to your point, though, is I don't disagree with that. I think there needs to be better focus on the live racing. And that is what we're in the process of doing as a commission, as commissioners are concerned about. This is also a concern that the governor has shared with commissioners when he came to the meeting, is not only the track safety, but also, you know, let's keep the horse in it, so to speak. We are seeing, I think a lot of our breeders' numbers have increased considerably. And, you know, as this grows, we've got to make sure we've got plenty of opportunities for these people to race their horses and keep that focus on that original issue.
Representative Larson?
Director Moore, and I want to make sure that I'm tracking on the same conversation, but he mentioned that you got an RFP out for monitoring system. But my memory, going back maybe 3 years, we had a conversation, meaning the legislature had a conversation in Evanston. At that time, you told us how important that monitoring system was. And shame on me for losing track, but I thought that that was at the top of the list priority then. Do we not then have that, please?
Director?
Madam Chair, Representative Larson, I think the CMS system, central monitoring system, is an absolute need. What is coming down to at this point is cost, is some of it. And we also, and Nick can maybe expand upon it, when we did the RFPs, we had 0 put in, which was very interesting. So now we're working with alternatives.
So, Madam Chairman,
Representative?
if there was 0 submittals, how can it be a cost restriction?
Director?
Madam Chair, if I may. So we had submitted the RFP and we didn't get any response to that. So working with procurement, we were told that we could start sole sourcing that. So we have been reaching out to vendors that provide this kind of service, and the costs that we have seen through some of these range anywhere from $500,000 a year to well over $3 million a year for a system like this. So we're still soliciting soliciting bids from people and what they can offer us so we can compile those and start seeing what works best for us.
And follow up, Madam Chairman.
Follow up?
So, you know, not being real familiar with that industry, but procurement in Wyoming on the construction side, I know that how you put the RFP out, sometimes we've learned from capital construction that sometimes the traditional way of submitting and putting out an RFP, you don't get any takers on that. So how was that RFP put out when the one that didn't get any responses? What was the process that you used, please?
Madam Chair, so we completed the RFP and then you know, we had typed in the things that we were looking for as far as real-time reporting, meter reads as far as doors open, doors closed, which is pretty typical on the HHR side. Some of the issues and the struggles that we've been working with is we're working with two separate types of machines and how they operate. The HHR side, it's called SAS, which is a slot accounting system. They're all SAS compliant, so it's easy for them to report that kind of stuff. On the skill game side, we have kind of a handful that are SAS compliant and others that are not. So after we had written that RFP, since it is an IT related type thing, then we had to go through ETS to get ETS approval, and then it was published on public purchasing, and that's about the extent of my knowledge to that.
Thank you. Just, Madam Chairman and Director Moore, it just, and this is just recollection off the testimony you provided, that absent that type of monitoring has some real potential risk.
Director?
Madam Chair, Representative Larson, yes, you find that. So what we've had to do is accelerate our location inspections, auditors on site and that. But then we also, Mr. Laramendi also mentioned that we have access to the back end systems of a lot of these, the majority of these, right? Correct? And so we are able to check it, and we are moving forward with that process of coming up with an RFP and coming up and rewriting it, looking at that, because I do feel like it's an important piece that we've got to have in place.
Representative Henderson?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. So with all the growth in the sector, various types, how do you identify and maybe use as a yardstick the capacity to regulate, impact on the communities, if any, and the law enforcement piece? And alongside of that, would, in your view, it be timely to have maybe an interim study and a conversation about where we're at, where we might want to go in the next couple of years?
Director?
Madam Chair, Representative Henderson, for a lot of you, I have come to the committees, and I have said that I felt like, and this has been the last 7 years, that we needed to take a big overall look at gaming in general. The way the gaming industry has been structured here in the state of Wyoming, you know, we've layered everything on like a Dagwood sandwich, so to speak. And so we have a lot of inconsistencies across all the platforms. We have some really good laws, and we've done a lot of phenomenal work here, but it's been layered on. So taking a high-level look, and then, you know, the policymakers, which are you folks, decide what you want to see Wyoming look like. And I've asked that, and we did have an interim topic a couple of years ago, and we've had some, but it's a really, really difficult subject. The subject matter is intense, as some of you know, because you've dealt with a lot of the gaming issues. It's also, it's fast-paced. It's the most, you know, it's very, very high-tech on one side of our house, and it's horses on the other. So we've got this mix, and actually the mix works, but it is the speed to market, the speed of technology is just going so fast. So to answer your question, shorten the meeting maybe, just to say, yes, I think a topic to discuss this in a broader scope would be very appropriate.
Follow-up?
Appreciate your answer on that. Just to finish up though, is at this point, what do you see kind of roughly what is our capacity to regulate in terms of various types of things?
Director? What is our-
Madam Chair, Representative Henderson, you know, if I understand the question correctly, you know, what is our level to regulate this? Again, you know, I have to go back. We're always behind it, is the way I felt. When we passed historic racing, and first off, who thought it would grow like it grew? There was no appropriation that came with that. And so, you know, we had to follow up and keep bringing people on board. And then that's the process. That's okay. You know, with the sports wagering, with skill-based amusement games, there wasn't any, you know, the forward-looking part as far as the agency goes to regulate this was missing. And again, that's the process we do. So again, to your point, we need more people. This budget that you have here today, we started working on this time last year. And this is what we have currently in front of us with some view to reasonable expansion. But beyond that, no. And so we need to have the flexibility somehow to either A, bring people on board when it grows to keep up with the public demand, or B, have the ability to say no.
Any additional questions kind of that are high level based on the kind of PowerPoint slides we received? I have a quick one, just a general observation. I'm not sure if it's completely accurate, but there does seem to be population-wise disproportionate activity in Campbell and Converse counties, recognizing that the population of those counties is smaller than, say, Laramie or Natrona, but their activity, for example, Converse County is bringing in almost a similar amount as Natrona, or closely. So you can look at page 28 as an example of the distributions. And I know that this isn't the total distributions of all the different type of gaming, but this is A type. This is the skill-based amusement games. And so I'm wondering, what is the basis for that? And is that because there's a higher concentration in those communities? Or if you have an answer to that question at all?
Madam Chair, could you explain where you're seeing that number on the
Okay, it's on the annual
report?
The handout that you provided. Yeah. 28, page 28 of the handout.
Madam Chair, that you said page 28, is that correct?
Yep.
And your main question was the distributions for Converse and the city of Douglas, is that correct?
So I've just made a generalized observation. I'm not sure if it's accurate or not, or the basis for why those numbers, in my opinion, appear to be somewhat disparate based on population. But Converse County is pulling in 109 million and Natrona is bringing in 137, recognizing the populations of those counties are very different. And so I'm just wondering if you know why Converse County is experiencing that level of activity. No judgments there, but is there more gaming locations in Converse County, or is it just a greater interest of that population?
Madam Chair, I would assume in this, so this is the skill-based amusement game distributions for I think this was for 2021. And at that time, skill-based amusement games was really the only sort of wagering that we regulate that was even available in Converse County. There was no OTBs or off-track wagering locations in Converse County. So there was quite a few skill games throughout the bars, but that was all they really had. They didn't have any historic horse racing at that time.
All right, thank you. Any additional questions? All right, let's get to the budget. Director?
Madam Chair, if you don't mind, I'm willing to move on to the exception requests at this point.
Mr. Co-Chairman, would you like him to go page by page or his priority exceptions? All right. Sorry, Mr. Chief. So we'll go through all 48 pages of your budget.
Very quick. So page by page, page one is our header page.
The wishes of co-chairman.
Okay, pick it up, huh? Thank you. Sorry about that. Moving on to page three here, this is the governor's recommendations of the different divisions. And if you note there, our administrative exception is $70,209,824. The governor did recommend funding that. Moving on down, we have our personnel, $3,432,711. Supportive services. I threw a wrinkle into my presentation today by having me go page by page. Would you like me just to summarize quickly and keep moving?
Why don't we, are your priority exceptions in sequential order
Yes,
with your budget book?
yes.
So committee, since that's the case, if you have a specific question, I think about some of them, go ahead and feel free to interject your question on those pages, knowing that some of you have read page by page much more thoroughly. But if not, let's let the director go through the presentation as they prepared, and then we'll go back based on your questions. So,
And I'm sorry, I apologize, Madam Chair, for that. So if we flip to page 11, this is the exception requests and the priorities. Priority number one is this office support specialist,
the budget book.
157.32. That's one position. The governor did recommend funding that position. Priority number two is the temporary position, a TPO 1 position. And that one is 57. Let's go to priority one here, excuse me, and back up. I apologize. Now I'm on track here.
So page 11 on the budget book,
Right,
Is
we've
the
gone
listing-
through that.
you have 10 exceptions, 10 priorities.
That gives all of our exceptions there you have. So you see the temporary position, the senior inspector position, the TRP, which is our computers and software, city and county. Exception priority A through 10. Chief Fiscal Advisor, Financial Advisor, excuse me, Rory will explain those to you as we go through those. We have a total exception of $47,237,973, and the governor recommended approval of all those exceptions.
Madam Chairman.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. On page 22, and this is referencing back to your page 11 exception request summary page, but this is on your TRP 13,943. Could you let us know how many computers you're replacing on your 4-year cycle with this?
We're replacing 9 computers and laptops and 4 iPads. We currently have 21 total units. Madam Chair, excuse me, Representative Walters.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
If you turn to page 17, I'll go through these individually now, if that's your pleasure. Priority one is the office support specialist. Wyoming Gaming Commission, and again, this is unit 0101, fund 049. Wyoming Gaming Commission is requesting a full-time office support specialist 2 with employer-paid benefits. The selected individual will perform administrative duties and general office support, facilitating administrative duties for all activities under the Wyoming Gaming Commission's purview. The position's primary function will be to assist the administrative duties required to oversee the expanded Wyoming Breeders' Award Fund incentive program, assisting the administrator in dealing with the public and processing of applications. As the program expands, we need to keep in step with the client's expectations and demands by providing timely processing of paperwork and transparency. Additionally, this position will require database interaction and attention to detail. This will require an individual that can wear multiple hats and communicate with a diverse population. Go to B, we're asking for $104,582. Again, 100% special revenue for salaries, paid benefits, $26,961, employer paid benefits, $22,838, retirees insurance, $627, software, $938, and IT hardware, $1,386 for a total request of $157,332. And again, all special revenue, and the governor did recommend approval.
Questions on priority number 1? Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Moving on to priority 2, that's on page 19, unit 101. Wyoming Gaming Commission is requesting a temporary position as a licensing clerk. This temporary position, we have one TPO1 currently. We need another one when we have our overlapping race dates. In the past, we've had to do contracts with those people, and we need to have those as a TPO1 to better serve those individuals. This is a successful applicant would perform licensing duties at one of the racetracks, processing all licensing applications, which includes fingerprinting applicants at the time of applying. In 2023, the temporary clerk processed approximately 1,100 applications during the overlapping Gillette and Evanston race meets. With overlapping live horse race dates, it is imperative that the commission employed 2 temporary license clerks at each track, or excuse me, 1 at each track. We're asking, again, special revenue, and we are self-funded, $51,999 for the salary, benefits, $5,397,000 for a total exception, $57,396. And again, the governor recommended approval of that.
Madam Chairman.
Representative Zwanitzer?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. How many months and which months do you use these temporary employees for? I assume it's the summer months.
Madam Chair, we use these usually from the beginning of May through October or into November. After we wind down the live racing, they start compiling all their stuff and getting things filed and put away from the race meet.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Moving on to priority 3, that's on page 20 in your book, unit 101. The Wyoming Gaming Commission is requesting a full-time gaming compliance senior inspector with employer paid benefits. The compliance inspector will assist other staff members in overseeing gaming in the Cowboy State, covering over 97,000 square miles, providing compliance inspections of off-track wagering locations, skill-based amusement game establishments, and over 800 participants in the Wyoming Breeders' Award Fund. Additionally, inspectors and agents are present during live racing events during the season, monitoring all activities, which include safety checks, performing compliance reviews. This position will not only assist agents in their criminal investigations, but also monitor and investigate potential crimes related to sports wagering fraud. The total exception request, and again, we're self-funded and we're 100% special revenue, is $216,047. And the governor did recommend approval of that item.
Priority 4?
Thank you. Moving on to priority 4 on page 22, 101 is the unit, fund again 049. Wyoming Gaming Commission is requesting funding to replace computers, laptops, docking stations, tablets, and peripherals according to a standard 4-year rotation cycle. The equipment being replaced will be out of warranty during the 25-26 biennium. Replacing equipment on a 4-year cycle reduces inefficiencies that result from computers performing at substandard level. Replacement also reduces downtime on the part of employees when computers are inoperable and reduces the amount of time ETS employees must spend servicing inoperable computers. We're asking for a total of $13,943. Additionally, a philosophy that we have here in the agency is when we cycle a computer out of service, we still keep it and we're still using it. We just roll it downstream, so to speak, to the racetracks where they are not needing quite as high performing. So we're flowing everything basically from the top down. Just because my computer cycles out, we roll those down and we keep them in service and we're still utilizing them. We're not taking them and dumping them. We want to utilize and get every square inch of productivity out of those computers.
Is Director Sheehan listening to that? They keep the computers and push them out to the site locations where they're continuing to use antiquated systems. You can have a conversation about that later of whether or not that's prudent from a security perspective as opposed to a fiscal perspective. Let's go on to priority number 5.
Yes, thank you. I'll turn the remainder of the priorities over to CFO Horsley to explain these.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Rory Horsley, Chief Financial Officer. On page 28, you'll find priority number 5. The purpose of this exception request is to establish standard budget spending authority for performing the distributions of historic horse racing proceeds. Typically, we've done the spending authority through the B11 process. So this exception request, if approved, will eliminate the need for ongoing B11s.
Questions, committee, on priority 5? It's a lot of money. Senator Anderson?
Madam Chairman, I don't understand that. You're distributing them to cities and counties all the time. How can this just be a one-time 28 million?
Madam Chair, this is not one time. This is meant to be an ongoing request.
Well, there you go. All right.
There it is.
Keep going.
Okay. Okay.
The next request is on page 32. This is priority number 6 and similar in nature. This is a request to establish spending authority for distribution of the breeder award payments.
Questions about priority 6? We want to go back to priority number 5.
This priority number 5 is ongoing, but it's not the same every time you distribute to cities and counties, is it?
Director?
Madam Chair, Senator Anderson, no. These are dependent on the revenues that come in.
Yeah.
You know, these accounts that we're talking about here are, for lack of a better way to say it, holding account. Money comes in, it sits there until we distribute those. And so they sit there. In the past, what we've done with all of this is we've been doing this with the B11 process. So by putting this in the budget, putting it here, we're going to eliminate that and provide for better transparency for you all and for our Wyoming citizens. Now, if it expands, and if we continue to grow at the rates that we're seeing, then we'll have to obviously do B11s to continue to distribute this. These are mandatory legislated distributions that we are required by law to do.
And Madam Chairman, you do that just once a year with this is a one-time, or not a one-time, but ongoing. You accumulate and distribute it once a year?
Madam Chair, Senator Anderson, we're doing this twice a year. Or do we go to 1 year now? Excuse me. We're doing those once a year. The Breeders' Award Fund is once a year. We start distributing those over the next couple months, we distribute those. The city and county funding, that is distributed once a year. In the school facilities, all those are distributed once a year.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chairman,
Representative Stith?
Director Moore, on that same page, this same line item, the funding source is described as 3108 fines and penalties. Is that just a misnomer that it's called fines and penalties, or is there some historic reason it's called that?
Director?
Madam Chair, that is a broad name for, it's not all encompassing for what is in that revenue source code. So yeah, a little bit of a misnomer.
Okay, priorities, or Co-Chairman Nicholas?
So I'm just curious why you only distribute once a year. That means you've got a lot of money sitting around accumulating. Presumably you have up-to-date accounting on it. So you could distribute it every quarterly, you could distribute it biannually, and it wouldn't be that much more work. I presume if you got the proper bookkeeping methodology.
Director?
Madam Chair, Co-Chairman Nicholas, the Breeders' Award Fund, just the way it functions, it's on a calendar year, so it is once a year. That money is, and it's an accumulative because of the horse racing.
Yeah, I'm talking more about.
So that's one we can put aside. The remainder of those, we have looked at those, distributing those more often, and we'll continue to look at it. And I promise we'll examine that and see if we can do that and get that out.
Well, it's not a see if you can. Just tell us what it takes to do it.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Richards?
Madam Chairman, members of the committee, apologies for inserting here. This method of budgeting is kind of a holdover when the Gaming Commission was a much smaller enterprise than it is currently. If you look at the statutes for skill-based gaming as an example, it indicates that the money from the gaming account for distribution of the tax as follows: 45% to one account, 45% to the SFP, 10% to a commission gaming account. You will not see this type of accounting with other entities. We don't approve as a budgetary item the distribution of sales and use tax, the distribution of severance tax, the distribution of cigarette tax. There is an alternative way of doing this. This is the most transparent because it will come before you every 2 years and you will see the exact amount. However, there is a downside to this as well, which several of your colleagues have contacted me about. When they get the notion that this year's budget is $10 billion, well, 34 million of it grew because of an internal transaction to cities, towns, and counties, had nothing to do with the provision of government services. So there is a trade-off here, and as a policy, you may wish to choose one or the other.
All right, thank you, Mr. Richards. Priority number 7.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And let me make one correction. The distributions to the cities and counties happen twice a fiscal year, so 4 times in a biennium. Priority number 7 is on page 35. And this is the spending authority needed to do the distribution of the skill-based amusement game payments per statute. Moving on to page 38, priority number 8. And this is the last of the exceptions to establish spending authority. This is for the transferring of online sports wagering funds to the proper recipients.
Madam Chairman.
Representative Walters?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. If we could go back to 35 and then we'll do it again on page 38. How often for the skill-based amusement game distributions, how often does that occur? And then the online sports wagering distributions on page 38, how often does that occur? And I may have missed that, and so I'm taking notes furiously and trying to catch up.
Madam Chair, I believe the skill-based distributions are annually, once a fiscal year. And then for the online sports wagering transfers, the statute is set up so the first $300,000 in a fiscal year that is received goes to the Department of Health. And so we do that, we monitor that on a monthly basis, and as soon as that 300,000 is received, we process the B11 to do that transfer. And then from that point on, any funds above the 300,000 are transferred to the general fund. We do that transfer at the end of the fiscal year.
Representative Walters, if you could get a little closer to that mic? Or was that you? And then we'll go to Representative Henderson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Relative to the, the health department, we have some money going to help people who have issues. Have you got a sense of how that's going? What the volume is in terms of the population of folks who are in that unfortunate category and how they're doing?
Chairwoman, Madam Chair, Representative Henderson, I don't really have a real good grasp of that. As far as what we're distributing to the Department of Health, we have several conversations with those. They most recently, with some of that funding, I believe they opened a location in Buffalo, Wyoming, to assist people with problem gambling and do that. I know that we've had a few counties that have denied the money that we're trying to distribute to them. And, interesting enough, so we have, I think in April, we have a meeting with the county commissioners where we will meet with them and explain the program. The Department of Health and our office will explain to them how this program works, the benefits of the program. And so they'll go ahead and accept that money and do that. Does that help answer your question?
Follow up, please.
Follow up?
So just thinking budget in the next 4 to 6 years, I'm trying to get a sense of the scale of need for funding support to this important area.
Madam Chair, Representative Henderson, again, thank you for the questions. Our statutes don't really give us a ton of guidance as far as the problem gambling, other than the distribution through the sports wagering side, unlike what they have, like, for instance, with the lottery. Now, as a Wyoming citizen, it feels like we still need to do everything we can. We still spend quite a bit of time on problem gambling. We make sure that we have the literature available at every location to all of our operators. We make sure that we have posted on our website access and the ability for that. We're very, as aggressively as we can without real guidance to do that. We are doing that, getting that information out and trying to educate people as often as we can. The expectation for the future, it would be nice to have some additional guidance on that in our statutory language, potentially, to assist us.
All right, let's continue.
Madam Chair, the final 2 exception requests are similar in nature as well. These are negative exception requests because we are restructuring the budget in the department. So the first one is on page 43, priority number 9, and this is a negative exception request to eliminate unit 0301. This is the Breeders' Award unit, and so it will now be in unit 0103. And so this is parallel to the exception request priority number 6 that was on page 32.
Questions on priority number 9? All right, let's see.
The final exception request is on page 47. And again, similar in nature to the previous one, priority number 10. This is a negative exception on the city and county distribution. Unit 0302 will be eliminated and be used instead in unit 0102. And so this is parallel to the priority number 5 exception that was on page 28.
All right, questions on priority number 10? All right, seeing none. Questions to the Gaming Commission, Representative Stiff.
Madam Chairman, Director Moore, question I ask pretty much every agency. It goes back to page 12 of your budget, I believe, where you list the whole, your Series 100 expenditures across the agency. I think it's on page 12. In any event, it's about the compensation pay increases. It looks like your Series 100 costs from last biennium to the coming biennium went up by about 24%. Across the enterprise, across all state agencies, the average was about 11%, which means that generally speaking, you got more percentage-wise than most other agencies. Do you have any understanding of why that is? Is that a good thing? Is that a bad thing? Would you like less money?
Director?
Madam Chair, Representative Stiff, it's a wonderful thing. But it's also thanks to you all. It's the compensation adjustment is where that comes from. And thank you for that.
Representative Walters? Senator Guru?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Director Moore, as I recall, like I say, I know about skill games, know why we did that, know about online sports wagering, know we did that. Just talking about HHR and horse racing. Breeders' Cup, Breeders' Purses, all that was, as I recall, was the reason why we went down this road in the beginning. And we've got $14 million that's going into that purse. Question. When are we going to declare victory in this race to help horse racing? When's the number? And I know when I asked some folks who were involved in this, the number will never be high enough. But in reality, when are we going to get to that number? Because it seems like, I mean, we're over $1 billion in take. That's a lot, an extreme amount of money. And so we'll get to that in a minute, but I just want to know, do you have a sense of that? I mean, go back in your old days before this even came about, while we were trying to figure out ways to make horse racing better and to improve all that. When do we declare victory in this race? When are we going to say enough is we've achieved that goal, and then maybe start to repurpose these dollars, or maybe take a good hard look at that whole deal? Help me with that.
Director?
Madam Chair, Senator Grew, again, wonderful question before when you asked it, and a wonderful question again today as you ask it. And I believe my answer the last time is, we're successful in this endeavor currently. But however, with a bit of a caveat, when it comes to, we are not a Churchill Downs. The level is raising and things are getting better as far as the caliber of horses. Wyoming horses are improving. The racetracks, the horses, the people, everything is improving because of the additional revenues. But I think it maybe speaks to what I'd said earlier, that we need to look at this again and take a bigger, broader look and see where everybody's at. I may lean towards the side of, in this piece of it, the horse racing side, you're never the winner. It's continuing to get, as long as the focus is on the horses. And that's the question.
Follow up?
Follow up?
The other part about that, and like I said, I couldn't agree more. And so I guess what I'd like to see is maybe from the industry or whatever, is to see, once again, this is about deliverables and metrics. Okay, the number is going up in the Breeders' Cup. So can we look at all those other numbers? How many more people at the track? I can see what the take is at track, but I also see what the take is on those machines, the 1,200 machines that are here in town, or whatever the number is, whatever it is, 2,487 machines that are around the state. I know what they're taking in. That's the other point I want to get to. I want to make sure that we know how much we're doing there exactly in real time, because I know they do.
Mhm.
You know it and I know it. They all know that exactly what's happening at every minute. And I want to make sure we do too. And a lot of this is about technology. I know some of it's about people, but that number is growing so much. It just frankly scares the heck out of me, because, when you've got that much money flowing through anything, any particular vein, there can be mischief, and there can be unintended consequences come out of that, and it can get away from you pretty fast. So just, it really does concern me. Like I say, the other components, I think we have a pretty good handle on. We know why they're there and what they're for, but this piece is exploding. And I hear it a lot from my constituents. And so I just kind of wonder about that.
Representative Walters?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Are you? Making sure I'm not out of line here. Thank you, Madam Chairman. You asked for a couple new personnel, but in your opening, you talk about the potential for expansion in historic horse racing, live horse racing, skill games, online wagering, et cetera. Do you feel your office is currently at capacity, even with the new positions, to where taking on new operations, new operators, et cetera, will be more than your agency can really handle with the current staff at your current staffing limits?
Madam Chair, if I could answer one of the Senator's question, then come directly back to you, Representative Walters. We're doing a study. We have currently, we have an RFP out to do a study on the state of Wyoming. And we hope to have that back fairly soon to where we can pick a direction, which group to do this, and do an overall overreaching study of gaming in the Cowboy State and the deficiencies and efficiencies, and do an overall view of that. Madam Chair, Representative Walters, to your point, the additional positions that you see here, and as you know me, and a lot of you do, is a conservative approach to this. And we started this process 8 months, 12 months ago, not envisioning we could potentially have up to 3 more operators in the state. So to answer your question, we don't have the staffing for additional operators to come in, whether it's live racing or if there's the potential growth with additional historic racing locations in the state. Nor do I think we've reached a saturation level as well. That's my opinion. I'm not the one necessarily.
Okay, any final questions, committee?
Madam Chairman.
Senator Anderson?
Madam Chairman, I'm looking through the information, looking for information on the national lotteries, the Powerball Mega Million. Is there somewhere else that information is lodging or?
Director?
Madam Chair, Senator Anderson, we don't regulate the lottery. We don't regulate that information. So, I can get you probably that information from the lottery here, but I don't have that in our reports. No.
And who would that come under if it didn't come under you?
Be the Wyoming Lottery Corporation. Yes, Madam Chair, Senator Anderson, the Lottery Corporation.
Representative Larson?
So, Madam Chairman, we've gone through all their exceptions. Are we going to go through their standard budget?
No, we're not going to do that. Do you have a question about the standard budget?
Well, so typically they bring their standard budget so the public can hear and know what that is. But if we're, I'm just asking the question, if that's your preference not to. I'm just wanting clarification because we haven't.
No.
Okay.
Are there any other questions for the Gaming Commission? All right, seeing none, the Gaming Commission, thank you for being here today.
Thank you very much.
Okay, with that committee, I know we just kind of came back from lunch because of our late lunch. But we will take a short 5 minute, and I mean 5 minutes, because we've got a lot to do this afternoon with these governor's letters. And then we'll devote the remainder of our day to these letters. So we will come back at 2:48. right, committee, we are coming back together from our quick 5-minute break. We are on schedule, just about the 2:30 agenda item of our governor's letters. We are joined here today by the governor's chief of staff, Drew Perkins, and his policy director, Rennie McKay. Welcome, gentlemen. It's good to see you. Chief Perkins, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm, of course, Drew Perkins, Chief of Staff for Governor Mark Gordon. I have here with me Rennie McKay, who's the Governor Gordon's Chief Policy Advisor. I also, if I can just make a kind of a quick announcement in case somebody's in the room, I'd had some inquiries from agency directors today, whether they were welcome to be here. And I sent out an email that said, of course, you're invited to be here. Some of them took that as an order to be here. So if anybody's here because they think I meant for them to be here, that's a semantical error on my part. And so I just wanted to make sure that they knew they were welcome if they thought the agency, if the letters were affecting their agency or their agency's interest. Madam Chairman, thank you for the opportunity to present the governor's letters this afternoon. For anyone who's watching, the governor's letters can be found on the Wyoming State Budget Department website, which is SBD, as in State Budget Department, sbdyo.gov. The letters today fall into 3 general categories. First one is kind of an amplification and additional explanation to certain recommended appropriations that are already in the budget. The second category would be some supplemental appropriation requests for items that the governor believes that after additional consideration were not adequately addressed in the original budget recommendations, including the recommendation for savings and direct distribution to local governments. And finally, the third category would be some procedural letters that are generally, I think, required to just satisfy the constitutional requirement that the governor submit a balanced budget, and including not leaving any account from which appropriations were recommended by the government would not be left with a negative balance. Ultimately, those are taken care of in your budget balance for Section 300s anyway, but some of those are basically kind of just formal recognition of that responsibility on behalf of the governor. In addition to the letters at the end, with your permission, I do have a few short comments regarding questions that came up with a couple of agencies during the budget hearings, particularly Community College and the general fund request there, and why the governor made the recommendation he did, as well as some with respect to the positions recommended for the Wyoming retirement system, but that of course will be up to you. And finally, with your indulgence, I also might make a few comments regarding the agency and the grant account that you guys talked about the other day at some length.
Please do.
Okay, so with that, we'll go ahead and we'll start with letter 1, and we'll just go through the letters in ascending numerical order. This letter is obviously continues the governor's effort to provide, and the legislature's effort to provide targeted tax relief, and also some effect and some ability works on at least a partial solution for attainable or unaffordable housing. Of course, we saw last year that there was a 40-year high in inflation. Inflation in Wyoming was at over 10%. This year, it's dropped significantly, but it's still between over 4%, this shy of 5% in Wyoming, which is about 50% more than what's being reported. But even with that measure of inflation, I think that many households and many businesses are continuing to feel the pinch of higher prices, and it seems like inflation to many is much higher than that. And so with that, and one of the reasons that comes in is obviously that has a direct effect on housing. As we looked at, and there's an attachment to this, there's an attachment to the back, which is a graph that came from the Department of Revenue that documents that a review of the property assessments from last fall show that double-digit or property value increases occurred in 20 of Wyoming's 23 counties. One of the 3 counties was 9.7%, so you could round it up to 10, but technically it was less than 10 than a double digit. So Wyoming homeowners continue to experience significant increases in property taxes, as well as the grocery store and many other household goods and necessary expenses of living. And so the legislature recognized that, significantly expanded the eligibility to that. We had, as we talk about below and what we talked about in our initial budget ask, and which is not changed by this letter, is the $20 million for that program. Just a couple of statistics about that. As you all well know, the eligibility requirements for that relief were in House Enrolled Act of 75, which was House Bill 99 last year, which the governor signed into law. And the programs, just as the tax refund program, its first year was 2003. There were 487 applications were received, and just a little over $74,000 was granted in relief. And for 2023, which was for tax year 2022, with the expanded qualification requirements that the legislature extended, there were over 9,900 applications received and over $8,261,000 in refunds were distributed, with the average refund being among all counties $937 and change. So the combination of inflation and expanded eligibility has resulted in nearly 100% increase in the number of applications and about a 50% increase in the average amount for which refunds were granted compared to the previous year that this program was in effect. So continuing this program continues to provide that targeted tax relief. I said, this is already in the budget. It's not an additional ask, just some additional information with respect to that program. And that concludes my comments on letter 1.
Any questions for Governor's letter number 1? Representative Larson?
Thank you, Chief Perkins. Thank you. I just had a question on distribution. Was your anticipation that this would be approximately 10 million per year of the fiscal year? Or do you anticipate coming back in the supplemental year is question 1. And then this last year's we put additional money into it. Historically, we've prorated. We've taken all of the applications in, then we see how much money we have, how much is needed, and kind of prorate that out. Is that kind of your idea this year? Or were we kind of thinking that first come, first serve? How do you envision that being implemented?
Madam Chairman, Representative, thank you for the question. I think that what we would have, and I have nothing but absolute compliments for our Department of Revenue. I think they did that expertly. But I think what happened in that was no one really knew what the expansion would result in. And so in came the flood, and we thought that there was sufficient money to do that. Well, so as they came in, Director Henson and her staff, being what they are, got really busy and really efficient in starting to award those. And so they had sent out about 1,400 revenue or refunds, tax refunds, about the time we realized that, we are way short of what we're going to need to do. And so we ended up searching around and B11ing money over to complete that program. And so that's kind of what happened last year. In recognition of that, what this is exactly what the good representative said, Madam Chairman, and that is that we anticipate this will be about 10 million a year. It's a little bit more than $1 million than was granted this year, recognizing that, again, as we all know, there's a delay in, even when inflation subsides, there's a year or two lag as that affects property values, whether those values are going up or down. So we anticipate there will still be not as high of increases, but there'll still be increases. So, and then also it's possible that y'all may revisit, the legislature may revisit the qualification. There was some discussion about extending the qualification. I think and also I think there was a bill that was filed by Joint Revenue that would actually run that up to, I think, 175% or so of that, and then it's kind of have a stair step down. You start to have a regressive chart once you, I think, from 150 to 175 or 125 to 175, whatever that was. So we don't know what that will do. So this certainly will get us through the first year, and then we'll all decide what to do a year from now when we're working on the supplemental budget, depending on how that works in the first year.
Thank you, Chief. Any questions? Governor's letter number 1. Senator Anderson.
Madam Chairman, I have a question. I'm looking at this chart and it shows Lincoln County as having a pretty high median tax amount in 2001. I'm looking at the cities in Lincoln County. I just don't understand where those high taxes would be unless we're including some industrial or something, but I think this chart is just, households, isn't it? Isn't it just,
Mr.
personal households?
Chief,
Matt-
if you know.
Sure, Madam Chairman, yes, this chart is only residential. It's residential households.
Yeah.
Lincoln County does extend in some areas where there are significant, where there are some decent growth and some larger homes being built as people migrate into some of the really desirable parts of Lincoln County. And so I think that has an effect, but these are based on the countywide average. And so there's things that happen in the municipalities. And of course, municipalities are part of the cities, but not obviously there are significant residences that are not within the municipalities. If you want, we can certainly re-inquire of the Department of Revenue and get additional information for it. They can track this stuff down to the penny if you want.
It was just shocked. Was all.
It was surprising. As you look at that chart, it was surprising where some of the significant increases was not where you anticipate, but they were there.
All right, anything else on Governor's Letter number 1? Is there anyone in the audience that wants to speak to Governor's Letter number 1? All right, good. Let's go to Governor's Letter number 2.
Thank you. Governor Letter number 2 is the Energy Matching Funds Grant. Obviously, this is, this is intended, we worked at this to continue to work on diversifying Wyoming's economy, protecting Wyoming's interest in its, against both federal overreach and supporting traditional legacy industries, including the governor's all of the above energy policy. And then also to work with the university and extending and enhancing the Wyoming, and particularly the University of Wyoming, to become enhance its profile as a research institution. So there's many issues with respect to the energy matching grants, and also in this is just kind of a summary report on the IDGA matching grants under the Infrastructure Act. Originally, there was set aside $150 million for this over a couple of different appropriations. It's important to keep in mind where some of that is. There was 28 of that 100 million, of that 150 million was earmarked. 10 of it was for lithium and XPRIBE. 10 of that was respect to some public facilities, particularly moving some roads for coal mines. And another 8 was earmarked for UW coal refining research. So you take that, obviously that has an impact on the 150. With that, round 1, and this has been done, the administration of these grants has been assigned to the Wyoming Energy Authority, and Director Krieger, I think, is doing a great job at analyzing those and looking at those and picking good projects. In round 1, which has been completed, round 1 there was about $19.1 million of grants issued, and the ratio or the return on that is about 2.5 to 1. So for every dollar of matching grant money that was used, there was about 2.5 of government or industry money that came in into those grants. Round 2 is 37.5 million. And the governor has approved those. Those are pending Attorney General approval. If she signs off on those, there'll be 37.5 in energy matching grants. That would be paired with $127 million of government and other source. So that is about a 3.4 to 1 ratio. So $3.4 of additional money that comes into the state to match the dollar that comes out of this fund. So I think this is having a great multiplier effect. I mean, those are great. Those are incredible rates of return. And I think the other thing that's helpful about these as we look at these projects is that a lot of them are certainly at the further end of applied research and mostly about development. These things are translatable in most instances to recognized and realistic expectations and proposals that will affect Wyoming and Wyoming's energy industries. So as of January 2nd, the project proponents have submitted applications for well over $150 million of those. I can tell you also that recent publicity regarding Wyoming's all of the above energy policy has been, while it has had its detractors, has been widely and favorably received, and it has continued to and actually increased the interest in looking at Wyoming for these things. And of course, it's up to Director Krieger and his staff over there, who are doing an excellent job, to cull through that. Those who just want come with a handout, and those who have realistic proposals that will benefit both them and the state of Wyoming. In section 321 last year, the governor asked that in last year's appropriation bill to include critical minerals to extend the program for another we want to extend that program for another biennium. That also, this also would apply to section 327, which the requirement of cash matches excludes in-kind contributions of equipment. I bring that up for a couple of reasons. One of the things that we've had discussions with, individual discussions with members of individual members of joint appropriations, is the restriction that does on industry's cash and tax benefits by the cash as opposed to donating in kind. Right now, there's a cash requirement, and so far, in all honesty, whenever WA has talked to an applicant and they've asked if there's in kind, and we say no, it has to be a cash contribution in kind, there hasn't been a problem with that. The one exception that may come, and you've talked about this before, is that we've talked about this with various members of this individually in conversation, is the Thermo Fisher high Dr. Peary grant that comes out. The governor's had a couple of meetings with representatives from Thermo Fisher, and their intent is to grant that their share would come from very high quality and very specific equipment. It would not be in cash, it would be in equipment. And so if in discussions, if the intent is to move the Thermo Fisher grant into this energy grant and not have it earmarked or money appropriated for that differently, that will require some modification of the footnote to allow an in-kind match. If you do that, like again, Director Krieger and I talked about this as recently as yesterday, that he has not had a problem coming from getting cash matches, but that will be an issue with Thermo Fisher. But they're talking about, the equipment they're talking about doing is electron microscopes and very high-end responsive equipment that would be available and made available at the university, that would not only augment and help Dr. Peary, but would be usable, and the anticipation is that members of School of Energy Resource, Department of Engineering, and others, any others who have the ability to come and use this very high-end sophisticated equipment, that they would all have the ability to do that.
Co-Chairman Nicholas.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. So, and I think that is one of the considerations that we might want to see on the Thermo Fisher is, but the question is then, if they bring in-kind equipment, how do we value it? I mean, how do we establish a wholesale, retail, or just out-of-pocket cost type thing? And so do we, has the governor's office had any of that kind of conversations with Thermo Fisher?
Yes, we had, and I've had those conversations also with Director Krieger. And I mean, it imposes a substantial burden on, in this case, Director Krieger and the Wyoming Energy Authority, who is responsible for administrating that. It would, somehow you have to value what that means. And that's why I have in the last sentence of that paragraph, but the in-kind contributions that have to have the true equivalent to a cash match. And so with respect to Thermo Fisher, I think that I had, when they had that meeting, I asked that question of the Thermo Fisher representatives, if there were, are they matching that at list price, or, as a wholesale price, is at their cost? And his answer was, no, it will not be at list price. It'll be a substantial discount. But still, you have to go out and you would have to do at least some comparison shopping on electron microscopes or spectrometers or whatever else that they're talking about to find out you're getting the value. So if we did that, a lot of the expertise, some of it would take time, but you'd probably have to hire some of that out so that there's some kind of evaluation, if not appraisal, of that type of equipment to verifying you're getting what you're getting. Sometimes it would probably be that hard. Other times I think it could be quite difficult.
So as we prepare that amendment, as we probably will, we need to work with your office and with Gregor on
And-
the
and
language to.
Please, I think the
focus
other
that.
comment that I'd like to make about that, and one of the reasons I went through the earmark and the two rounds. So what that does is, it's actually, if you look what's not, if the Attorney General stuff goes through and subtracting the earmarks from the legislature, there's only about $65 million of the 150 left. And so the Thermo Fisher itself was 75 million over, and we did have discussions about the ability to stage that. But that would be roughly probably 35 to 40 in the first year, and then that could be roughly split that in half in the final 2 years. But still, we would overspent that amount. In addition to that, I think you have talked about, and there's also the second half of the 25 million on the Dow project that's still out there. So even putting it over here, it is. Even putting it to matching grants, it's overspent.
Madam Chairman.
If we do that.
Representative Stitt.
Madam Chairman, I'm just trying to make the numbers work here, Mr. Chief of Staff. So under section 321, there was $150 million. It looks like you spent 25, you want to spend another 37.5, that's about 62.5. That would leave the difference of 88 million. And then section 327 gives the governor another $80 million for the same fund, right? So it seems like you have a lot more than $65 million left over, right? Isn't that right?
Mr. McKay?
Just one moment.
Sure.
No, and that's true. Madam Chairman, my comments were only about the 150. We'll talk about, which is a good segue into talking about the infrastructure matching fund, which is the other 80.
Madam Chairman,
Yeah. Okay.
If I-
Follow up, Representative. Stitt?
follow up, yes. I don't think the 80 million is the infrastructure matching. Infrastructure matching was in section 325. Section 327 was an additional 80 million on top of the 150, I believe. I think you had, yes, I'm looking at section 327 and it says that it's $80 million that got added to section 321. So I think you had $230 million to start with, plus you have 75 for the infrastructure.
Mr. Richards? Do you have any insight?
Madam Chairman, members of the committee, we believe that the total is 150 under 321, 75 under 325, and 80 under 327 for a total of, I believe, 305.
Could you say those numbers one more time? I have a feeling they'll get confused again.
Yeah, section 321, consistent with Governor's letter number 2, totals 150 million. Section 325 provides an additional 75 million, which is exclusively, I might add, for infrastructure. It is not currently available for energy. And then section 327 has 80 million, which can be used for either section 321 energy matching or section 325 infrastructure matching.
Okay. Mr. McKay?
So Madam Chairwoman, we're getting into some tough math here, but so you're right. 150 is eligible for matching. 28 of that had specific earmarks on it. So take 28 off of it. And then after that, then at this point, what we have is 19.1 in phase 1 for energy matching. And there's a 37.5 pending. And then you add 75 to that. And that's when the 150 pot is drained. My math is correct. That would exceed the 150. And that's when you would have to start going into that next section to use the 80, which has the either or fund. And we can talk about the infrastructure matching, but we're getting great returns on the infrastructure matching dollars too. So I think that's a consideration and part of the governor's ask is to extend that because so there'd be a choice about how far into the 80 million you want to go with energy or both.
But certainly we're getting a very good match on infrastructure grants that are coming out of the governor's office
Yeah,
too.
Madam Chairman,
Follow.
Mr. Chief of Staff, I'm supportive of what you're doing. I think you're getting good return on your investment. I just thought it was important to know that there's another $80 million out there.
So, Madam Chairman?
Mr. Chief?
And I don't disagree with that. And we're not asking for additional money. We're just trying to point out that as we go through this, and why I wanted to go into the infrastructure matching grant, because it ties in this whole conversation, which is on page 2 of this letter.
Madam
What-
Chair,
Senator Kinski?
before we go on to the infrastructure matching grant, I wanted to ask you, Chief. So initially, I think you directed Dr. Peary for Thermo Fisher towards the WEA, and then there was an indication that maybe you'd rather they didn't look to that fund, look to something else. I just want to see what your comfort level is, and to the extent that we direct them to the WEA, wouldn't it be better to have the university negotiating their own public-private partnerships, or do they lack the capacity that WEA has to evaluate these deals? I'm curious policy-wise, which way to go.
Mr. Chief?
Madam Chairman, and then Senator Kinski makes a very good point. And all we've been trying to do was, if you go back and look at the history, Dr. Peary has always done this a little bit differently than the rest of the university. And he's made, in the history of Dr. Peary, he's made direct application to the Joint Appropriations Committee or other members of the legislature on numerous occasions. And he's been outside of that. And so he's worked a little different than the university. And in many times, Dr. Peary's requests were not included in the university's block grant. Overall, the strategy, and one of the reasons why if we're doing this, and of course it's up to the legislature, because the legislature directs and puts restrictions on the appropriations, but this needs to go back under the university, and the university needs to be doing this. And so one of the reasons that we directed Dr. Peary to the Wyoming Energy Authority is because, one, that's the only pots of money there are to do any of this stuff with. And two, again, is to try and get this thing under a more uniform process. And so the reason that I brought it up and wanted this discussion was, again, with Thermo Fisher, there has to be some adjustment to the existing language, because in the case of the Thermo Fisher, in the Dow, it is cash. In Thermo Fisher, it will be equipment. And the current language of their current restrictions in the footnotes on the appropriations would prohibit the Thermo Fisher project, because it does not provide for in-kind matches. So ultimately, it's a combination of is for all of us to understand which direction we're going to go, and then make sure that we can get where we want to go with the money that the legislature appropriates to do these things.
Chairman
Follow up,
Nicholas?
please.
Oh, Senator Kinski?
So if we did something direct to the university, they've already got enabling language. They don't need in-kind match language. So if Thermo Fisher is directed that way, would you still want the in-kind match language in the WA programs?
Chief Perkins?
The in-kind match is, so the money that has gone to, the money that in some cases has gone through the university. For example, the first 25 million on the Dow Chemical, on Dr. Peary's association of that research with Dow Chemical, that was appropriated. It wasn't part of the block grant, Madam Chairman. It was an appropriation by the legislature that went. Ultimately, the work is done. A significant amount of it's done at the university. It's done through Dr. Peary and his work there. Most of it's done at the university. Some of it's done elsewhere. But again, the 8 million that was earmarked for UW Cole out of the energy matching grants, again, was an appropriation by the legislature that went to, I believe that was at SER. And again, so that's an appropriation that came from the legislature that ends up going through the university. So there's obviously a close relationship and the funding relationship. These don't come out of the block grants. They come out of the money that this legislature appropriates to further these efforts. And so again, I think we're trying to have, the intent's always been that we protect Wyoming's interests, enhance its ability and if its industries to, particularly its legacy industries, to be successful and move forward, and also enhance the level of the research profile that the university has. We're trying to accomplish all of those things. So the reason you bring up the matching is because that is a requirement the legislature on the in-kind matching versus cash matching. That's a requirement the legislature has placed on these grants. And so far, this is the first time that it hasn't, it may not work if that's the direction that everybody, that the legislature decides we should.
I think a lot of people want to talk here. Could you raise your hand if you intend to participate in the ongoing dialogue here? Okay, so Co-Chairman Nicholas, and then just a request from the chief, and then we'll go to Co-Chairman Nicholas about the extent of the debate you want us to have here on the details and merits of the Thermo Fisher project versus your governor's letter number 2. So in order to get our arms around the purpose and scope of this afternoon. Any thoughts about that you'd like to provide?
Well, I mean, we're not going to have, we're not working the bill. And ultimately this will come down when you all start to work the bill. And probably not even final, you know, probably even as we move forward after the bill passes all the way to the end as it goes to the legislature, to get the language down to where everybody is on, has the same understanding and has the same, you know, everybody understands the language you have of what the intent is and trying to make sure the language matches the.
Thank you, Mr. Chief. And I just wanted to provide perspective for where we are potentially in the process is just reviewing governor's letter number 2. And there'll be a lot of debate and discussion on the details of this potential option and opportunity. Co-Chairman Nicholas?
Thank you. So thank you, Chief. On the round 2, the 37.5 million, could you provide us with what those projects are? And just at the same time, it would probably be useful to also provide us round 1, because as we begun to work through any IIGA additional dollars and or other dollars, if we see what's already been reviewed and likely to be funded and is funded, that might influence our next steps. So it would be useful information for us.
Sure. Madam Chairman, Chairman Nicholas, we're happy to do that. That has been confidential until the attorney review, and my understanding is the Attorney General has completed her review. So I think those will be announced tomorrow. And so we're more than able to on Tuesday, excuse me, be announced Tuesday. But so obviously that information bill will get that too.
Sooner the better.
Okay.
Representative Larson?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Chief Perkins, on your in your letter where it talks about section 1 wanting to include critical minerals, as you look at that footnote in there, my question was, are you wanting that in the overall section 321, or is the intent perhaps to put that down there in that subsection E where we've got that funding for the 10 million for lithium to include it in there? Just give us some guidance on what your thought was there.
Our Madam Chairman, our thought, Representative Larson, our thought is to bring this to your attention, and then we'll all work on the language together. But ultimately, these are legislative restrictions, and so we just wanted to make sure you were aware of those. And I'm sure you've had those discussions, and certainly Representative Burkhart's well aware of kind of the little language issue you ran into and why that hasn't been able.
Thank you.
Senator Garou?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I do have a question. Don Richards just threw out some numbers, 150 million in 321, 75 million in section 325, and 80 million in section 327. And I assume that the answer to Senator Kinski's question was yes on language that would allow in kind. But are those numbers tracking with what the governor's looking for in essence with this letter?
Chief?
All this letter asks for is just to continue these programs. It does not ask for any additional appropriation. The reason we brought in is we want to make sure you're aware with, through discussions we've had with individual members and some concerns that have been expressed to us, or some possible thoughts that which they might recommend that this committee go on those. We just wanted to make sure that you knew that this money's getting close to, if all these things are granted, this money is getting close to being fully allocated, with the exception of some of this, of the IGA infrastructure matching grants. And so it's just, we just need to be aware of those things. We don't know what the appetite is. We don't have a specific request, but you know, obviously you could either leave the language where it is and appropriate separately for the Thermo Fisher or other things and do it differently, or you can put it all over there and do that. But if we, and run it through the energy matching grants and that whole competitive grant formula, which is good too, but we just have to recognize we have to have some modification to the footnote language.
Thank you, Chief. Would you consider this transparent communication from the governor's office to the Joint Appropriations Committee on this topic?
Okay. Then if the other thing I was wanting to bring up is the infrastructure matching grants, which is the second page. I wanted you to know that so far, Infrastructure Matching Fund has supported 9 grant applications to qualify for federal infrastructure under the IJA or Infrastructure Act. And if all the federal grants are awarded, that's $16 million in state funds so far, used to bring in over $209 million of matching federal funds. So that's why, as you look at that, and if you start to use this one, this is actually going on at about a 13-to-1 ratio as a return. And so certainly there's significant amounts of return in these things. These applicants have been from communities in cities like Sundance and Cheyenne, the counties of Albany, Natrona, and Teton. Funds these communities help fund infrastructure projects, providing safer roads and implementation of critical airport infrastructure and water metering systems. It's also been allow us to get do things like have these parking lots when I-80 gets shut down, have these big parking lots so trucks have a place to park, and all those things. It's also it's not part of this, but also if you remember, there was the 10 million for the overpasses, and initially it was thought that we were getting one overpass for $40 million, and it was kind of upsetting. Turns out that it's not just one overpass. It's one overpass. I think it's 4 to 5 underpasses and miles and miles and miles of that game fencing. So it turned out to be a lot better project than we did. And it turned out that also got, I think, the lion's share of it also qualified for the lion's share of the federal funding that was available for those programs that came here to Wyoming to that highway down by Cameron. So anyway, again, I think the other one potential ask on infrastructure matching grant, other than just continue those forward for this biennium, is that there is the footnote allows political subdivisions to apply for and receive the matching grants, but they don't use B11s, and that's kind of how we do this process. And so I think there, in addition to Section 325B language to contemplate this broader application, might help in some reporting and inefficiencies, or a removal of the B11 process would also work. But we don't B11 typically for other political subdivisions. So it's a technical issue, but it creates a little bit of an administrative problem. So that concludes my comments on letter 2.
Thank you, Chief. Any questions on Governor's letter 2? All right, seeing none.
Governor's letter 3 is, it does have a budget ask in it. Innovation is about the WIP, or the Wyoming Innovative Partnership. Certainly this provides all of our goal to have both the alignment of higher education as well as a vibrant and competent workforce, and expand that. But we're in phase 2, and this begins phase 3, which is the wind down of the funding of the WIP program, but certainly not the purpose and the continued implementation of the WIP program among our institutions of higher learning and our workforce. Total of $55 million has gone into WIP in the last 2 years, enabled real progress. The first 2 phases addressed, and the first phase was to identify through data, identify workforce gaps that included energy, tourism, hospitality, healthcare, manufacturing, digital infrastructure, technology, and agriculture, and laying the foundation for launching the collaborative programs. Phase 2, which is currently underway, is a larger effort on focusing significant workforce development programming on both research and innovation. This hasn't just been about higher ed coordination, but it's a collaboration has now extended into some K-12, along with higher education. It's also now involving the collaboration and cooperation between the Wyoming Business Council, the Department of Workforce Services, and the Wyoming Energy Authority. And therefore, again, we don't believe the successes that we've had so far with the WIP should be undersold. For the first time in any of our recollection, University of Wyoming and the state's 8 community colleges, as well as Wyoming Business Council, DWS, and the Wyoming Department of Education, are all working to align their education, workforce development, and industry, all to support economic development needs, particularly in workforce. WIP is also supporting business startup and expansion in Wyoming. We've got some specifics down there. So we've cited, I think, 5 examples in the bullet points of where that's happened. Some communities and community colleges have taken significantly more advantage of this than others. And we've seen some pretty exciting things. As this WIP moves into phase 3, this is now begin to evaluate the sustainability to develop this program and also to embed it so it becomes part of the continuing operations and budgets of the institutions of higher learning. That doesn't mean that they now come and ask for additional programming money. The point is that this now becomes part of their programs, and we look about the sustainability of that, which would come through it may come through additional funding, but it also may come from additional enrollment on also training monies that may be available from DWS or from even private entities or the federal government. So what the ask is in this letter particularly is $30 million for this last phase, with $20 million being available in fiscal year 25 and $10 million in fiscal year 26. And up to our suggestion is that up to 400,000 of this request may support one or more at-will employee contract positions split within the 100 series and 900 series as necessary to administer, monitor, and report. The governor does not plan to request additional money for WIP after this biennium, but plan to have the state entities embed their WIP programs into their existing budgets or seek private and federal funding to match these programs as necessary.
Mr. Co-Chair?
He's just going to have someone else ask for the money in their standard budgets.
No, I don't. I mean, you could look at it that way. I don't think that's not the governor's intent. The intent of WIP and I think the responsibility of the boards of trustees of all the institutions is to examine their programs and they identify the ones that need to push forward and the ones that maybe should not continue or should be otherwise adjusted or combined. Just because you've always given one program and there may be insufficient graduates or interest in that program to continue it, where if these show the kind of interest that appears that they might, it becomes in those institutions' best interest to go ahead and continue to offer those programs. It becomes part of the overall evaluation program, their success. But as we all know, that our institutions of higher learning have never been shy about coming and asking for it.
So Madam Co-Chair, just to follow up, I'm looking at the accomplishments of phase 1 and phase 2. When we get the colleges in front of us, we get a little bit different story. Some are participating, some are not. Typically it's a drive where the president of UW is working on it, but the colleges aren't necessarily working on it to the same degree or with the same commitment. Part of the program when we created WIP was to establish a mechanism to verify and to have accountability and so we know truly what benefits are being received and what and so with the list that you have here, I wonder if we can get data that verifies or explains exactly where this information come from and what the true impacts are and how we're following those dollars. So that if we want to give another $30 million to implement the phase 3, we have some substantive information of the benefits and how those will be impacted and what we can expect out of those additional dollars.
Yeah, but Chief, I'm just going to kind of add on to the co-chairman. My kind of shock and a little bit disappointment in the letter. As everyone knows, I strongly support higher ed of all kinds. But we've put away $55 million in 2 years. That's a huge number that could go into a lot of other programs into higher education. And the big takeaway from that is it's the first time in the state's history that all the colleges and the university, Department of Workforce Services and the Business Council sat in the same room together, and that took $55 million. I know that's not an accurate statement. That's how the letter reads. That's not going to be persuasive, I don't think, for much of the legislature or the public. So I do think that there needs to be significantly more tangible results from $55 million in 2 years. That's an actual school building.
Well, thank you and appreciate that. I think that it's important to note that phase two, which is the majority of that $55 million, over half of that $55 million are, and I think we've given you a spreadsheet that provides what those are. Those are all programs and contracts were just awarded in the last 6 months. And so these programs are all just beginning. We've given you, in the bullet points, we've given you some examples of those things, but there are, and so what you're getting for that is, and I think your point is well taken, but I think that's also shows the autonomous nature of the community college system. I will tell you that ultimately the college from my community in Casper has not taken very much advantage of this program, whereas the Laramie County Community College has been a great beneficiary of this program and moved this forward. But as has Sheridan College. Sheridan College has taken significant advantage of moving forward in some of these areas which they are doing. So if I can just go through and tell you that of the contracts that are out there, there's the phase funding 2 amounts that have been issued in the last 6 months. Just going through some of the higher points, 1.1 million to Western Community College for software development, applied engineering. It's moving that degree. So that was a degree that helped stand up that applied degree, and also soft development degree, which hasn't been offered before. So there's a demand that's met, a new program that's met that otherwise may not have happened without this.
So, and I needed to finish my thought process, and I apologize I didn't, Madam Co-Chair, because we looked at the spreadsheet. The problem is we're not going to get any results from that spreadsheet, at least until this time next year at best, if that, but more likely at the end of next semester, the next school year. And so we're front loading with another $30 million before we have the results of what those contracts will return. And so that's kind of part of the quandary that we're in, because and thus, you know, just expressing our concerns about it.
Okay.
And Mr. Co-Chairman, and to express my concerns as well, and then we'll go to the committee. The bullet points listed in the letter are to be applauded. I think these programs are wonderful. I think they're going to advance Wyoming. I think they're incredible opportunities. I'm not sure that WIP was the reason why they were created or stood up. And these are, I think, the mission of the community colleges already through their creation, in order to understand the needs of workforce and to provide appropriate programming. So why is this outside their current scope, or why is WIP needed on top of their current statutory missions? You know, why is WIP fundamental here as a layer to this cake? So you don't have to answer that question right now, but that's certainly a concern in light of the high dollar amounts that are.
Madam Chairman.
I don't know who said Madam Chairman. Senator Kinski. Go ahead.
Just to build on that a little bit, I guess I've always regarded WIP as just proper community college funding by another means. For the 10 years I've been here, I've urged various members of this body and the executive branch, if you want to do something for economic development in Wyoming, pump about $30 million into CTE programs in the community college system. Those programs are underfunded. They're expensive to start. They typically start out with very low enrollment. If we take the power line program at Western Community College, you know, that's something they started. What they got out of WIP was a jump start on the funding that is not contained in the ordinary legislative funding. I think it was a $6 million infrastructure, several $1 million startup, initially 1 graduate, initial class of 6 or 7, that doesn't mean it's a failure. It means that's the way new CTE programs work. And it's been hard to get people to understand how expensive this is. If we can't get it through the legislature, we get it through WIP, so be it. But I agree with you. There's a lot of these things that just would come in the normal course of events with the appropriate funding for the community college system. I do agree though that the autonomous nature of them, they can be a little bit ornery. It's a little hard to herd the cats sometimes. And I do think that the moral suasion of the governor has been a tremendous benefit in moving some of these things ahead. I do applaud that. Thank you.
Representative Stitt.
Madam Chairman, just a question for the Chief of Staff in the isn't it true category. What drives economic development over the long run is one thing, innovation, not labor, not capital, but innovation. Paul Romer won the Nobel Prize for that. I'm saying not only that, but that societies get to choose how innovative they want to be. So I'm supportive of the Wyoming Innovation Partnership for the innovation piece of it. I have a question about, there was a piece of it in Sweetwater County that worked particularly well, is where it was Impact 307, where you had groups of people who were invited to come with their ideas, to come up with entrepreneurial ideas. And we had one person from Green River who has invented a gadget. And without this program, without Impact 307, that is, he would not have been able to get hooked up with a competent patent attorney. Not me, someone competent, right? And I think that promotion of innovation, from my view, WIP is not about and should not be about setting up just additional academic programs. We can do that through community college funding. We can do that through the university directly. But trying to promote innovation, was a little disheartened to hear that the Impact 307 was actually itself going to be defunded. So I wanted to ask about that. Is it as part of the Wyoming Innovation Partnership? Is there a plan as part of WIP to include this, what I think of as decentralized across the state in the outlying areas, not just in Albany County, but across the state to promote innovation and promote entrepreneurship?
It's a lot of commentary from us, Chief.
Certainly we can get you some more information and data. I think we can provide that. I think that as you've heard and listened to both the university and the community colleges that came for you, I mean, if you're going to entice innovation, if you're going to entice people to get and move, I don't agree that that's the mission of the community colleges. But it's also the ability, what happens when you've got eight autonomous boards plus the autonomy of the University of Wyoming. It doesn't mean that they all move in the same direction at the same time. A significant part of this has been about, and I agree that if all we got out of this, if it took $55 million to get the university and our community colleges to align, that's a pretty hefty price tag. But at the end, I think it's a lot more than that. I'll just give you one example that we talk about innovation that makes a big difference. Who would have created and who would have made the effort to create the credentialing that's out there, where you now have these electronic credentials across whether you're nursing, whether you're CT, whether you're welder, whether you're doing computer-aided welding design, and you have these credentialing walls, because every time you go to apply, or every time you move to a state to work, or whether you just work on this job, you've got to produce all these paper credentials. Ultimately, one of the large projects that I think is a great project in phase 2 is creating this electronic credentialing wall and creating that. That is not actually being done at a university or the community college. But they're all participating in that because that creates a point for those all to come. Most of that funding is split. Some of it's at the Department of Education, but the vast majority of it's now at the Wyoming workforce, the workforce. And so the workforce DWS. And the thing about workforce services, now you've got a credentialing wall that now will be able to have those credentials, whether anywhere in Wyoming or even in almost any other state in the country. And so those can be transferred and moved exponentially, and that's been incredibly exciting for both employers and colleges across across our state about one of the great needs. But there's an example of innovation that would not have happened. Like, well, I guess you can't say it wouldn't have happened, but it was less likely to have happened and wouldn't have happened as quickly without this. And that's just one example. So we can certainly expand on that. And that's one of the things that we're going to do very hard in WIP, and with that Lauren in particular and our staff is working is trying to make sure this is data driven. So we're happy to expand and share with that and provide additional information to you so that you can feel more comfortable with it, as well as explain that to the members of your board.
Any final questions on Governor's letter number 3? Representative Walters? No. All right, seeing none.
Letter 4 is, Madam Chairman, letter 4 is about both, it's creating, the ask is for 24 million, a little over $24 million to, or $24.5 million for local support for the state revolving funds and loan IAJ match funds. These are particularly with the clean water and drinking water state revolving funds. Wyoming has the opportunity and will receive more than $142 million in infrastructure under the Infrastructure Act for supplemental capitalization grant funding between now and 2026. These funds require federal matching funds. And so one of the ways that we can do this is in addition to any other federal funds that come forward. But what we're doing here was this will provide local matches. And this has potential to bring, this 24 million will have the potential to bring $108 million. So about a 4-to-1 ratio on federal dollars to come in. The lion's share will go to local cities, towns, and counties with respect to water infrastructure.
Questions on Governor's letter number 4? All right. Co-Chairman Nicholas?
On this process, through the Clean Water Act and the Drinking Water Revolving Funds, if we do this, how will you go about then getting applications and reviewing those applications and allocating them around the state in a timely fashion, but also in I presume it will be on a needs fashion, but I also presume that if we're providing the matching funds, there's going to be a rush for those dollars.
Mr. McKay?
Madam Chairwoman, this is an addition and a supplement to the existing SRF program.
Right.
And just as something to keep in mind, the traditional program has been cut by about $10 million a year to Wyoming. So while this is an infusion of about 30 million a year over what we normally get. And so as the letter points out, there's been huge demand for this year's additional SRF funding. And so we'll continue through the existing program.
Representative
Madam
Smith?
Chairman, so question, this $24 million, is there some reason not to take it out of section 325, the 75 million for infrastructure matching? It's already
Okay.
there.
Madam Chairwoman, this is to make sure that this funding gets there because as we look ahead at this biennium, the governor believes that this is a very significant program. And so that he is asking that this is set aside specifically because this is such a need for locals and our demand is so high.
Madam Chairman, just to follow up, but there's already $75 million in the governor's office for infrastructure matching, right?
Mr. McKay?
Madam Chairwoman, well, currently it expires in this biennium. So the governor wants to ensure that this program continues.
As part of
And he's asked, there's 2 letters that ask for this. So, but yes, this program is very, very important to local governments. And so that's why he's putting a special highlight on this to make sure that this continues.
Representative Larson?
Further discussion, please.
Any further discussion on number 4?
Madam
Okay.
Chairman?
Chief?
The only thing I would add is if you remember, I think we appropriated 80 million, the legislature appropriated $80 million under ARPA for water. The request for that was about 3 or 4, between 2 and 3 times that amount was the applications that came in. So obviously it's an opportunity to bring in, I mean, the only thing, so if you, the issue that you will have is there's only so much money to match. All that has a significant multiplier effect. And so this is an opportunity to bring an additional 142 million on top of everything else that's happening with state dollars. So if, I mean, obviously you could take it out of the money that's already there for infrastructure matching. But if you do, you know, you're probably leaving $120 million.
Representative Larson?
And Madam Chairman, correct me if I'm wrong, but that ARPA money was available for projects that would fit under the revolving plans, clean water and drinking water. And the requirements for the drinking water and clean water have been in place for 30 years, 20 years respectively. And qualifications for that have long been established, as Ms. Blackwell shared with us this morning on the criteria that qualifies for that. Would you agree?
So, Madam Chairman, I would agree. And I think if you look at things that come across my desk, one of the largest problems that's a nationwide problem is the bill on deferred maintenance on water systems across the country are coming due. This is going to be this is one of the, and we've all known it. The legislature tried some things in the past. You know, I think we did those. I think Representative Harshman posed that program where you could have these low interest loans out of the PMTF for streets and for sewer systems. Those just haven't been used in large part because one, the interest rate, and two, there's not a grant. There wasn't a grant or loan forgiveness ability that there is in some of this. Not all this to be forgiven, but you know, you're ranging from usually 10 to 25% kind of loan forgiveness on this, and also be able to reduce the interest rate. It just makes it, it's a big deal. There's certainly a significant need out there, but there's lots of needs out there, and there's only so many dollars to go around. So we recognize that.
All right, Governor's letter number 5.
Number 5 has to do with, there's 2 asks in this. The first one is that the governor recommends $110 million for general funds for cities, towns, and counties to be distributed for the existing direct distribution and under the existing direct distribution model. As obviously this is one time like this has always been in the past. The other asks in this is that in the budget proposal we had, and you've talked about this a little bit, in the MRG there was a $47 million ask, of which about a little over 24 million of that was out of COLE's bonus payments, which are a little bit, if we can find a dodo bird, then we can probably have that work too. But so what this is giving a way to come back to this number to get it down to approximately 18 million. The rest of that is talking about where we would make some recommendations to existing cuts that we made from our budget proposal that will significantly reduce this ask, and will and obviously depending upon what Craig and what revenues do, if this is granted, we would come back and probably ask for a similar amount in the second half of this biennium. But this would get it down to about $18 million and gives a pathway to do that.
All right, questions on Governor's letter 5? Representative Walters?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. First question really is on this 8 million that, as you stated, Mr. Chief, you do make a recommendation to take it from the BRC program within the Business Council. So we're splitting the 8 million that's there, 4 one way, 4 that would remain in the Business Council, 4 would come back to the MRG program. So my question then is, does the governor have a priority of how you would like this to flow? Would it be equally? Would you like to see the first 4 million generated come to the MRG program and then go to the second to the BRC, or in equal amounts? Is there a preference in that regard?
I would assume, I would think that MRG first, and the reason is if you look at the history of MRG, which I did, I pulled up MRG requests, Madam Chairman, over the last 10 years. There's been 360 MRG requests from communities and counties across the state. 368 applications. Obviously not all of them were granted. And just doing a cursory review of my printout, of my 20-page printout of all these, it affects every community, every county in the state has come at one point or another. And I think, so with that, what happens, and again, we just did that here on, I think on Monday, an emergency one for water in Wheatland. Emergency water request for a water tank and water supply in Wheatland. So, and certainly in our office, there is a steady stream of legislators who come down and represent their communities requesting assistance and relief from MRG money. So with that, I think that's the rationale why the priority would be the $4 million first to MRG.
Representative Henderson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'm looking at the paragraph where it's talking about moving 4 million from the business ready area to the MRG. Could you give me a few more words on what the thinking is there? Why don't we just raise the MRG 4 million?
Madam Chairman, the MRG is under the cap money, so there's a limited amount. So the amount is the amount. It's always the amount because it's the first the MRG, it's the first. I always get confused which one's 200 million, which one's 100, but one of those.
All right, any additional on Governor's Letter 5? Let's go to 6.
This one, Madam Chairman, Letter 6 is about emergency medical service. Currently, Wyoming does not operate EMS as an essential service, and indeed, just as recently as this interim, I believe the Health and Labor Committee had an opportunity to designate an essential service, but did not do so, which leaves local services vulnerable in the wake of increasing costs of operations. And what we've seen is decreasing volunteerism as well as decreasing revenue sources. And ultimately, it comes down to the fact that when someone calls 911, it has to really be a no-fail mission. Somebody needs to answer. And we're getting to the point where there's vast stretches in Wyoming where that's getting pretty iffy if that's going to happen. As you well know, there's been significant efforts over the year to entice increased volunteerism in many of these places with EMTs and volunteer EMTs through retirement and other things to enhance that. But it's not having the desired effect. There's simply not enough volunteerism to cover those things. And so ultimately what this does is there was also additionally in the 2021 legislative session, there was a little bit of a misapprehension and a mistake on our part. And that was, I think there was $10 million appropriated to the Wyoming Department of Health from the ARPA funds to set up a regional grant program for EMS. On further study, that was clearly not an eligible purpose. And so that money was never able to be expended. So that couldn't and didn't happen. And so what we're coming back here is half of that number is a one-time appropriation to the Office of Homeland Security for EMS capacity development. There's a plan is basically we've set, and if this is, and actually there's a slide, if you can bring up we divided the regions into 10, by the state into 10 regions to try and do this. This is just a start, and the obvious is we develop a coordinator to get everybody together and start to talk about what coverage looks like in this. And so the 3 million of this is to hire 10 regional coordinators, which would be, contract types of anticipated to be contract funding coordinators. They would determine an operation funding source as well as determine needs and funding gaps. And additionally, the coordinators will be in charge of submitting a financial plan. The other $2 million is then to help all of these regions and the communities in there come together and identify proposed changes to eliminate duplication and inefficiencies in the current service model, and also offers potential requirements. How do we sustain this going forward? How much of this would be from state? How much would be from local? How do we do this so that we can make sure that the state is covered? And there's I just wanted to see the map there. That's just our step. As the opportunity is just to start this. It's not going to resolve it, but it's to get it going and see if we can come up with a solution. And so that's what we've got at the end of the day. There may be more regions, there may be smaller regions, but this process would help us determine what this would look like. This is our policy advisor put this together after talking with numerous people around the state about how this might work. Some of those have trauma centers in them, some of them don't. But as near as we could tell from geologic and other community relationships, that's kind of where we would start, and that's where the plan was.
Chief, do you know the areas in the state that are challenged with this concern the most?
Yes, we do.
Can you name those?
Is
Roughly?
Dan here? Well, if I can pull in a friend, we'll have our policy advisor come up and answer that for us.
Great.
Chairwoman Nethercott, we have had lots of conversations around this across the state. Our areas that are struggling the most are our most rural areas, as we would imagine. So Crook County, Weston County, also up in the Sublet area. Fremont County has had significant problems over the last few years. Those are some of the big ones that are really struggling. We have also seen, to answer that, the map that you saw was developed on some areas that have already consolidated due to struggles that they were having. So that's been incorporated into that map that you just saw.
We'll go to you, Mr. Representative Larson, here in a second. Chief, this was a bill, of course, brought by a senator to establish EMS districts, allowing for local communities to vote to tax themselves to provide this necessary and life-sustaining service. What surprised me is that many of the legislators from those same rural areas voted against that effort for supporting themselves locally. And so now the state is coming in to be the big brother to save them, literally, in an EMS type situation when they won't fund it themselves. Can you speak to me of the wisdom of that, or listening to their elected representatives who didn't support that in the legislature, allowing them to be independent from the state? Chief?
Yes, thank you for that question. I think you can say the same thing. You know, it's one of the ironies of life. I mean, the MRG discussion we had just a minute ago is another perfect example of that. Ultimately, what we have though is like many things in the state of Wyoming. I think the classic example is the stretch of I-80 from Rock Springs to Laramie, and what that looks like, and what struggles that you have from Rollins and Hanna and Saratoga trying to handle that influx of when there are pileups or other large things, and many of those people are not residents of our state. And so it's a frustrating situation, but we have millions of visitors on our roads and in our state every year who take significant advantage of, because of either misfortune or other circumstances, end up having to take advantage of our emergency systems here. And so at some point, you know, it's not just about the ability to not fund your own, but we have a lot of visitors to our state that we need to be mindful of as well. But that's always, there's a frustration. It's not just limited to, your points are well taken, and it's not just limited to EMS.
Mr. McKay?
Madam Chairwoman, just to add to that, this is certainly not the governor proposing to go in and save and provide. This is money would allow them and drive the conversation, because we have had several EMS companies fail and go out of business recently. So right now, if you call 911 in Wyoming, you will not be guaranteed to have an ambulance show up because of the situation you're talking about. There are communities where it's not funded and it doesn't exist. The concept here is we would allow that coordinator to work within a region to bring that plan out to the different communities, because that bill for the EMS districts, we think, is very valuable. This would allow the vote to move forward so that we have local votes, and I think the governor thinks that the people in Wyoming are, when they get to vote on whether or not they want EMS service to show up, they'll support it. But this would make sure that there's planning at the local level so that the local folks have to get a well thought through plan for how to best do this.
Representative Larson?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. So if we could, Ms. Davis, maybe it's you or whoever, as you mentioned essential service, what would that mean, if we had that included as essential service? Then I have a follow-up, Madam Chairman.
Madam Chairman, Representative Larson. So the essential service is mandating that is required in Wyoming. So in our current statutes, we have fire and we have law enforcement. By making it an essential service, there was a bill that was in the interim committee of joint labor, and they talked about this exact issue. It would make it then required that this service needed to exist. Some of the difficulty for that conversation was, well, then if there's no funding behind it, how do we do it? So that's really been the crux of that.
So thank you,
Well, what-
Madam Chairman, and that's my point. So it really comes to then this is unfunded. So if you want it state, then you need to pay for it. And to the good co-chairman's point, then if you really want ambulance service, should we not belly up to the bar and do that within our respective counties? Now, this proposal seems like EMS statewide planning part 2, because we had one of these statewide conversations a few years ago, which was the genesis for the bill that was just talked about and was where all these regions were developed. And during that whole time frame, we had those regions get together and try to come up with an idea of what it would take to make ambulance service or emergency medical services work in those regions. And so it appears that we're trying to do that again.
Ms. Davis?
Larson, this is essentially a continuation of that conversation, because what we heard from the local areas, county commissioners, providers, is that many of them are volunteer agencies. They don't have the capacity to pull these conversations together to have it in a meaningful way. So if we're asking, several counties to come together who are struggling to have this conversation, many of them, like when you look at Lingle, for an example, that is 100% volunteer. They don't have a capacity to send somebody to a meeting to talk about this. What this is really focused on is providing them capacity so that they have a person who can come together and pull these areas together for the conversation to look at who's doing what in that area, who has the current coverage, how is that coverage being provided? Is it by paid staff? Is it by volunteer staff? How do they bill, or are they billing? We also have services in the state of Wyoming that are not billing, again, because they don't have capacity. Billing's complicated. You have a volunteer service like Lingle. There are people who are working on ranches, in our small businesses, that are just coming in to do a run. They don't have time to come back and figure out how to bill for those services. So many times those services are going unbilled. So what we want is these groups and areas to come together to really talk about what are the services, how are they being covered, what money are we leaving on the table? Can we do something around billing so that these services can actually be provided and get reimbursed for them? So the ask is that this coordinator will come in and help coordinate these conversations to really be meaningful and look at, can they now come together and put something on the ballot to do the EMS district that we passed? And that's what we've heard from the industry and the counties, is they just don't have the capacity to have these conversations. So that's what this is about, is building their capacity so that they can actually be intentional and come to us with some very specific recommendations of what this even costs, because we truly don't know right now. We know that with volunteer workforce, this is not sustainable. And if we move to a paid workforce, that is significantly more expensive. So if that is the desire, how do we get there?
Senator Kinski?
Yes, thank you. I like the last part of the plan. To be eligible, you have to, all the players, the commissioners, fire rescue, they all have to be part of it, all EMS. And they have to work together. I'm just curious about up to 10 regional coordinators. Do you have to hire the regional coordinator first to try and bring all those parties together? And I don't know. I don't know that you're going to get 10 regions to come together that way. When you talk about the problems with 7 autonomous community colleges, it's this on steroid. I mean, I've tried to get some regional solutions, and it takes one sheriff or one EMS or one police chief that doesn't want to be part of it, and you're done. We do have regional ambulance service in Sheridan County. It's with Campbell County. Johnson County is excluded because they've got an ambulance provider that's a funeral home, and it's very politically controversial, and the 2 hospitals said, we'll just drive right through. And you can't bring them all together. It's just no way. So I don't know. I mean, it's a chicken and an egg question. How many coordinators are you gonna, you start with 5 and see if you can pull 5 regions together, or how does this happen?
Ms. Davis?
Madam Chairwoman, Senator Kinski, that's a really great point. What we put in there was for up to 10. We may not have 10 areas, like you said, come together. We had an EMS call yesterday, and there was discussion about Buffalo talking with Sheridan and Campbell County about how they can be thinking about doing things collectively. So we may only end up with 3 groups that are willing to come together and have this conversation. They will have to submit a plan to the Office of Homeland Security that they have had engagement with all of those players there to then get the funding to hire a coordinator. Because we don't just want to give them the money to hire somebody that they're not really going to utilize and get all of the players to the table. So that is part of the requirement, is they'll need to apply and have proof in their application that they're willing to come together and have these conversations. But we wouldn't fund more than 10, because the point of this is that they need to be coming together collectively to have these conversations.
All right, further comments on Governor's Letter 6?
So, Madam Chairman, I'll just finish with the fact that obviously this isn't the solution. This is simply there's much more work to do on this, but the point of this is to give us the data, some knowledge, some stakeholder participation to position local governments and political subdivisions, so we can see if we can figure this out, because it's not headed in the right. Letter 7. If there's a slide about, if we can bring up some slides on some grasses.
Chief, just a minute. There's a member of the public here who I think wants to provide some public comment. We typically do not provide public comment on these governor's letters. I will allow it this time. If you could come forward. You're limited in time to 2 minutes. We have 14 other letters to get through, or 10 other letters to get through.
I'll be brief.
Introduce yourself with your full name.
My name is Don Morris. I'm a volunteer with AARP Wyoming. I was an EMT for a long time. And in the 70s, I was an EMS surveyor for the state of Wyoming. So I went around and in the summers and surveyed ambulance for equipment and also for EMTs and level of competence. And there were ambulances that I saw that didn't even have a piece of equipment in it, or no one on the service even had a first aid card. To cut to the quick, by a dozen years later, there were over 80 fully equipped and fully trained services in the state. And in my travels, I saw the improvement. And in the 1970s, I also saw the result of ambulances that didn't have any equipment. I also visited hospital ERs, mortuaries, where you could really see the results. And AARP Wyoming is concerned that the state develops good coverage, because everybody in this room travels to different places as part of their work. And no matter what physical shape you're in or mental shape you're in, you never can tell when an accident or severe illness happens. So just briefly, we're asking for your support of measures to improve ambulances in the state so that population of the state can rest assured that there are EMS services everywhere.
Thank you. And are you a resident of Cheyenne?
Yes.
All right.
Madam Chair,
Senator
just
Kinsky?
just a question. Since you have that background, I wonder if you might just do a little bit of research. I hear from volunteer services that the biggest problem with getting volunteers is the state now requires so much training initially and ongoing that the volunteers can't keep up with it. And that's great to have an aspiration to have the highest level of training, but the volunteers are dropping out is that's the reason. Maybe you could talk to some current volunteers and compare what your historical experience with the level of training required is to what it is now. And you can maybe give me some idea if it's really taken a huge leap.
My guess is that it has, because during the time that I was an EMT, there was 81 hours of training. And it developed from that to, I believe, 110 hours or 125 hours as people went from an EMT1 to an EMT2 and beyond. But then I wasn't involved after about 1985, so I don't know what the training levels are. But believe it's very important to figure those out. Obviously, there aren't any solutions that have come up yet to do that. But I think that's what the conversation is all about. And hopefully communities can come together and provide that.
Thank you. All right, thank you. All right, again, I just want to signal out that I'm not inviting public comment on every one of the governor's letters or public hearing. As you might imagine, everyone who has an interest in a financial appropriation would be desiring such a result. So that was an exception. All right, Chief, Governor's letter number 7.
Thank you. Governor's letter number 7 is, the ask is for, and I've got, is about getting invasive annual grasses. And I've got some slides up here if you want to look at them. Just wanted you to know when we talk, particularly we're talking about, but not limited to, cheatgrass, Medusa head, and ventonata. This is just an example. This is just a picture of Medusa head grass, close up, and then a field of it, what it looks like. If you go to the next slide, there's ventonata. You can see it on the right. You can see it growing in a ditch, and then you can see as you look at across there, those light patches are ventonata grass that spreads across, that's spreading across the landscape. Yeah. No, these are not this one is not Wyoming. This is not a Wyoming picture. But if you look, I notice this is particularly as you drive as I drive from between Casper and Cheyenne. When I look out across, particularly all those hills in front of the North Laramie Range, you see something very, very similar to this a lot. So this isn't Wyoming, but this is emblematic of what you see. And then you see it here growing up in a ditch offside of a rural road. Go to the next slide. And then here's all of our good friend cheatgrass. You see that again. You see these things, and they're just taking over broad landscapes. If we go to the next slide, there's a couple slides of where we went and did this up at Kurt Gowdy and the project to do Kurt Gowdy. You see before and after the difference between lighting these invasive annual grasses before and then the treatment here and the success that was been had there. You go to one more slide. It's the second example out of Kurt Gowdy. You can see before and after what that means to the landscape there. And so what the ask is in this is $20 million to be appropriated to the Wildlife and Natural Resources Trust. And like always happens with the Wyoming Natural Resources Trust, invasive species control are matched with funding from federal agencies, local weed and pest districts, landowners, industry, non-governmental organizations leverage work on the ground. At the present time, the leverage for these is running 5 to 1. So again, this is an opportunity to deploy state dollars to match against other forms of dollars to go ahead and attack this. And now that you know what you're looking at when you drive across Wyoming, particularly this coming spring, you start to watch this stuff. It's alarming as you see it spread. A lot of times the cheatgrass shows up as purplish hue across the landscape, particularly in the spring, and then they go early. They're terrible for, they don't support wildlife grazing, they don't support livestock grazing, and they dry out early, and they're they cost a lot. They're very flammable, and they enhance wildfire, both the opportunity for wildfire and then the spread of wildfire, and of course, the more that has. And if it doesn't start snowing soon, we'll be much worried. We're worried about this coming summer. And so that is letter 7.
Representative Swanitzer.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Chief, how many acres can we get sprayed for $1 million of general fund?
Well, I think if we got Director Bud here today, yes, Director Bud is here. So maybe if I can phone a friend, we'll ask Director Bud, because I don't know.
Phone a friend, Director Bud, you're on the line.
He's got his calculator out. He's not going to do math in public.
Should we do a dial in? Rotary dial?
Well, Madam Chairman, we have what, 33 million acres in the state? So, you had an answer.
Director Bud on the line. I need some music.
Madam Chair, thank you. The current rate on application of indaziflam, which is a chemical that is being used, Director Nesbitt mentioned that this morning in his presentation, is right at about $400 an acre. The chemical itself costs $40 to $60. It is very expensive, but the photos that Chief Perkins showed you, though that was done 3 years ago, there has been no recurrence of cheatgrass whatsoever. There has been a tremendous response of native species, particularly things that are crucial for deer in the winter. But that would do about 2,000 acres. Not all of Wyoming is covered with cheatgrass. That's one of the real advantages we have, is that we are ahead of this and we can stay ahead of it. If you look at Great Basin states, they are completely covered by it. And the savings in fire alone probably more than offset the amount that's paid to get rid of cheatgrass.
Representative Walters.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Chief Perkins, how did you come up with 20 million? Was there a formula, or just this is a good round number?
Chief Perkins. Or Director Bud.
Madam Chair, Representative Walters, I don't think it was any magic number. That was probably driven more by how much we could get on the ground in a biennium than it was. I'm looking at the people we have on the ground to actually do this. We compete for helicopter time. We compete for applicator time. And all the states are trying to do it. So you look at how much you could actually do. The other part of that is that it's anticipated a great deal of this would have matching funds. So you're competing for matching funds. You have to go to a local weed and pest. They're going to have skin in the game. The Wildlife Trust will probably have skin in the game with regular funding to match specific funding, as we've done in the past. You'll have Forest Service funding. You'll have BLM funding. You'll have Fish and Wildlife funding. So we will be out probably looking at a 5 to 6 to 1 match with all the different participants. There's a limit to how much you can do in a year. And so if you look at a biennium, right now we're doing, without this kind of a shot in the arm, we're doing probably 4 to, well, on our, it'd be more around 6 to 8 million a year across the state. That's just an estimate, but this would allow us to increase our capacity over that biennium.
Representative Larson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. And so Director Bud, we put $1.5 million in the supplemental budget last year to you. And then I'm assuming that that's out. And can you just share with us how that leveraged other funds? Do you know to what extent was and who?
Madam Chair, Representative Larson, our current match is running right at $6 for all projects across the board. So these are not quite as well matched as some others. As an example, a donated conservation easement that we help with the due diligence on, the match on those is 20, 30 to 1. So you have to factor that in. But then there are others that are only 1 or 1.5 to 1. These run generally about 3 to 4 to 1. The other thing that this will match is, you all recall that we came here and asked for a separate account for mitigation money with Rocky Mountain Power. Rocky Mountain Power has allocated that process allocated approximately $4.5 million to invasive control on cheatgrass in Carbon and Natrona counties. So there are additional, as those start, they grow, they get bigger, there's more of them, more participants, and that's where you need that additional shot in the arm. We can't meet the demand today with what we have and the matching funds we can generate.
Madam Chairman,
Representative Stitt.
Director Budd, is there any kind of specific methodology for measuring the benefit? If you spend $1 million, is there any kind of formula or any method of saying this $1 million expenditure is worth X dollars for A, B, and C reasons?
Madam Chair, Representative Stith, I'd be happy to get back to you with an estimate of that. There are, if you go to the chemical company, obviously, if you spend $20 with them, it's worth at least 1,000. But I'm a little skeptical of some of those claims. I think in general, what you look at is that there are, if you have an area that is infested with vent nata, with Medusa head, with cheatgrass, the economic value and return of that property goes literally to zero. The benefit to wildlife literally goes to zero. The fire risk goes to, what is it? Turn it up to 101 or whatever. And so you have two things. You have a preventative value, but you also have an economic value that comes back. And I'll get some numbers and get that back to you if you'd like, Madam Chair, but I don't have those today.
Co-Chairman Nicholas.
Thank you. So, the problem I see with this request is for us to just say, okay, here's 20 million and go and do what you will. With that type of money, it seems to me that there ought to be a plan, an outline, and a matching fund dollars, guidelines, locations, time, money spent, all those things. So we can say, okay, this is the bang for the buck. And then we have a bottom denominator so we can see if you're doing it right, if it worked. And I don't think 1 year or 2 years, like the Kirk Gowdy pictures, they're wonderful. But my experience is that they come back because we've sprayed for cheatgrass several times on our property in Fremont County. And guess what? 5 years later, 10 years later, it's cheatgrass again. And so on all of these, we need to know the long-term benefit, the medium range benefit as well, because that means are we going to spray again in 10 years or 10 years, 15 years from now? And so there's so many components to this that I mean, if we want to get so economically engaged in this, we need a better picture, a better understanding, and have a minimum of 2 or 3 to 1. The testimony this morning was there are oodles of apparently federal dollars out there to do this, at least on federal lands, but I presume on state private as well. So do you have a set program? You say you're already spending $6 to $8 million a year doing this, is that? And so how are you monitoring your results other than pictures of Kurt Gowdy, and what's your overall plan? Where's, for each one of these components, which ones are the most effective through pesticide, through application for the biggest bang for your buck? So all those things I think we need to know before we start throwing large denominations around. So, and then how long would it take for you to put together a plan like that and come back and show it to us and say, here's what we want to do and here's how we're going to do it. Here's the cost. Here's the application dates. You only got, I presume, early spring, or can you do it all summer or before they bloom? All those kind of things. We just got a lot of education.
Madam Chair, Mr. Co-Chair, I can probably have all that for you next week. There are plans. The Weed and Pest Council has a plan. Game and Fish has a strategic plan. My board has a strategic plan to address that. BLM offices have one. Forest Service offices have one.
Are you coordinating all those plans?
Absolutely. And the other part of this that I think is important is, as we're looking at what chemical we're using, we held off for a while on this because the new chemical is indaziflam, which Director Nesvik mentioned this morning. To date, the effectiveness of that is undetermined. We have areas that have now been controlled for 5 years with no response. Prior to that, we were using things like Plateau, which is probably the one that you used in Fremont County. We knew they weren't effective. We knew we had to retreat in every 3 years. My board will not fund anything but indaziflam because it is effective and because it's been proven to do that in clinical trials and over numerous years. So there are a number of factors, and I think they're all great points that you brought up, but I'd be happy to get with the Department of Ag and Game and Fish and share those plans as far as what are the priority areas. 4 years ago, we worked with the University of Wyoming to map the priority areas in Wyoming. We not only did that with cheatgrass, which was primarily a southern tier issue, but also with Medusa Head and Vent Nada and Sheridan, Johnson, and Campbell counties. That's all been mapped. We know where those outbreaks are, where we want to go in and attack them most, and a lot of that's ongoing. We just don't have the resources to get it all done without reinfecting because you didn't do the whole thing in 1 year. So I'd be happy to get that to you.
Well, then let's go back to your calculation on what cost to do $1 million, but $1 million, if you're getting the proper match, is really $5 million.
Correct.
Theoretically. So if we say we'll give you $20 million at no less than 3-to-1 match, then we're getting $60 million at least worth. And all of a sudden it becomes a little bit more reasonable. But same thing. Yeah, as much information as you can give us or get to us, the more likely you're going to get a couple more aye votes.
Madam Chair,
Senator Kinsky.
I stayed pretty in close contact with my Sheridan and Johnson County weed and pest districts, and I agree with Director Bud. These folks are good at ferreting out all the resources. I don't know if you're going to get 3-to-1 or not, but if you'd bring back information on what is available, I think every federal dollar, another dollar that can be tapped is being tapped, but it'd be nice that you could demonstrate what federal dollars they're pulling in now. That'd be helpful. Thank you, Director Bud.
Madam Chair, happy to do that.
So, whoa, got some leafy spurges going on here.
Yeah.
All right. Senator Guru.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Bob, just real quick, would you call Doug first, Miyamoto? Because I asked him the same question about 4 days ago in Ag about how much money we do. And so I think he might be checking too. So call him just so you guys don't duplicate work. I don't want to do that. Thank you.
Senator Anderson.
Madam Chairman, I want to agree with Senator Kinsky. There's lots of meetings on a daily basis in my county to hear about what they're doing about leafy spurge and cheatgrass. And there's no limit to the amount of planning they're doing. All they need is some funding. And they're also, it isn't just the government doing it, the ranchers are doing it also. If we can give them the product, they'll spray their own things. And this comes out in every meeting I attend about this problem. And it's not that big in Natrona County, but it sure is big in Johnson County where I've been to some meetings. And, you know, I think you're right, Mr. Budd, that you can get that information pretty quickly because everybody has a plan and would like to execute. Thank you.
Just gonna do a shout out to the Laramie County Weed and Pest District doing their part. Anyone else? Gonna break this. All right. Throwing barbs at whip, and Co-Chairman Nicholas is throwing barbs at invasive grasses. Out of nowhere. Governor's letter number 8.
Letter number 8 is what we talked to you when we did our original budget message, and coming back with the work that the workforce did on looking at ETS and whether or not it was going to be consolidated, and also about the operations of ETS. So what we have here for you, the ask you'll see is all you can see it in the last paragraph. It's 6.8 million effective, immediate, and ongoing general funds for ETS for cybersecurity positions. This recommendation, 2.3 million be used for 14 cybersecurity positions, and 44,500,000 be used for 20 positions across the department to include business management office, customer support services, and information technology, operations, and enterprise architecture, platform and development. What we, as we did, as when the task force, working group did its work on looking at ETS, we did a couple things we looked at, and obviously what we have, and you've seen this over the years, there's a number of legacy systems that are out of date, that are unsupported, oftentimes are inefficient, create dual date entry. And we've got some examples of when having the adequate cybersecurity and particularly business case people on the line and available. We have two great examples just in the Department of Revenue. As we looked as that effort that went through to automate the warehouse, its inventory system and its control system, we had the example right there of when it failed miserably, and then when we got the right resources and the right people in place, it was an absolutely amazing comeback that Director Henson and those guys did when she got there, and they went back and looked at that. They had a dedicated IT person on there to work them through that and making sure that they were getting what they wanted and making sure that they were overseeing that. In addition, with respect to cybersecurity, we all know we've had examples, and I think most of us are aware of various cyber attacks, threats that we've had both at the state, but also in hospitals and other municipalities and in political subdivisions across the state. When those things happen, there's been, they're very, very costly. We also, in looking at this, recognize this is a very, very significant ask for positions. And going back and looking at, if you look at the footnote on page 2, we tried to retrace some of that history. When IT was consolidated, there were we believe that there were somewhere around 130 positions. We've seen probably no less than 92, and we've seen numbers as high as 151 positions were eliminated across the enterprise in the consolidation. And looking at that, both with the sophistication and the effective cybersecurity moving forward, as well as we continue to migrate to these expensive information systems in our various enterprise departments, having the ability to make sure that we've got owners reps on those projects, as well as answer the call for help and technical assistance across the agency. That's what this is about. Like I said, I produced a little bit of an email string down there that kind of did some of the trace some of our efforts to figure out what that was. And if, with your permission, Madam Chairman, I'd turn it over to Director Sheehan, let him wade in as well.
Director?
Madam Chair, members of the committee, T.R. Sheehan, Interim Director for ETS. So what the primary ask here is first, 14 cybersecurity positions that will serve a few different roles. Wyoming, we're a high value target. I think we'll talk a little bit more tomorrow on what that means, but we have some valuable data. We have a lot of interconnected systems. To remind the committee of some information we shared during our budget presentation, ETS provides the unified network. They have a little over 116,000 executive branch employees, K through 12, community college students accessing. ETS provides support to over 408 school sites, 7 community colleges, and over 850 state government locations just for network connectivity. We have roughly 23,000 devices connected to our state network, and that is state government network, excluding the K through 12. So that's primary reason, and we can talk a little bit more in detail on the cybersecurity. On the project management side, that is a key component. I'm a firm believer that folks in the past may have focused on cutting positions to save money. I don't think that was the appropriate place when we're looking at IT on where to save money. Better coordination among our agencies, better project planning, and finding those reuse or shared opportunities between agency applications. And through the use of IT project managers and business relationship managers, folks who are embedded in IT and in the business, who understands the business process and the IT process, so we can relate back and forth what's going on. I believe that's where we will find our savings, so we can better plan our projects and do better procurements. And then there are some additional staff just to cover some holes that we have in the agency. During the ETS task force, we have discovered what I like to call a defensive depth of one. We have one person doing a critical function. And we would like just a couple extra individuals to allow for that backfill. If they get sick, if they need to take vacation, if there is a long-term project, we can have somebody who is knowledgeable to step in without degrading service to the customers we serve.
Representative Stitt?
Madam Chairman, Director Sheehan, if I recall, in this last budget session in 2023, there was an ask for $7.3 million for cybersecurity, which was approved. Now it's another 6.8. I guess the difference is that was for applications and software, and this is for people. Is that why it makes sense? I'm just surprised, I guess.
Madam Chair.
Director?
Representative Stith, you are recalling correctly. During the interim session, we did request ballpark $7 million for application vulnerabilities. So we had identified approximately 286 applications that had a particular vulnerability that needed to be addressed that related to what we call TLS security. So when you go to a website and you do that HTTPS, well, that S was using the wrong version. That's the short, non-technical way to explain all of that. And I think it goes into previous conversation we've had during this budget session is how do we look at long-term maintenance and modernization of our IT systems. And unfortunately, Wyoming has a significant amount of technical debt for legacy applications. So we have, for various reasons, let applications sit on the shelf. We've done minor updates just enough to get it chugging along. But now we're at a tipping point where we do have to take a larger review of what these applications are and how do we modernize our technology.
Representative Walters?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Just doing very rough estimated math. Take 6.8 million by 37 positions. Works out to be about just under a $92,000 a year total per person. And then you say a third of that is going to be benefits. So now we're talking about roughly a $60,000 a year salary. Admittedly, that's dividing it equally, not among how the positions may roll out. But my concern is that it's not enough money for the number of positions being requested to actually be able to generate interest in any of these positions. And so just a little bit more feedback, knowing that all of these on the tech sector are very demanding of dollars, it always seems. So are we overshooting positions and undershooting dollars?
I had the same observation, Representative Walters. Chief Perkins?
Thank you. When Director Sheehan came in and we talked about this, we recognized that hiring these folks is not a necessarily easy thing. And so we phased this in so that we're hiring some in the first year and I think not quite, a little bit more than half in the first year and then others in the second year. Because as you look at that, we all know that when you go out and find these folks, you can't. I don't think we can find and hire 23 people.
Madam Chair, if I may add, we took a thoughtful approach to the position classifications on this as well. So we do have no less than what I'd call an 08 level position. Most of our positions land in that 9-10 senior level, in upwards into an 11 non-supervisory level to try to bring in some of those technical skill sets. It may be a challenge. I'm confident, though, that we'll be fairly successful in this hiring pattern for these positions.
Representative Walters?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. And then Chief Perkins, my other concern with the letter is really the footnotes on the bottom of page 2 in your email string discussing the total number of positions. And really my concern comes about based on our experience of the HRD consolidation. And so while there's a discussion of maybe 421 IT positions in all of state government, I would contend that many of those were doing IT work and HR work and who knows whatever else work within an agency, that when the agency was asked, they called that person an IT person. So I would have to see a heck of a lot more documentation to think that the state at one point had that many people solely dedicated to IT work that have been based on the way this is presented, have been essentially lost within state government. So for me, that's not convincing enough and would like more documentation for convincing,
No.
to be convinced rather.
And I'll let,
We're on.
Madam Chairman, if I may, and
Chief.
I'll let, and I think PR has the data. All we're trying to do in that was not show you that there was 425. Like I said, what the number is it's not real clear as you went through the consolidation for some of the reasons you just talked about. All we believe is it was at least 92 or 93 positions.
Chief, could you get a little closer to the mic?
We were at least 92 or 93 positions down, and maybe as maybe as many as 151. The only reason we have that is the point is that in hiring is ultimately the working group believes that what happened is when the IT was consolidated, was overcut. And so we're just trying to show that this is not about increasing, just increasing a kingdom or a department, is trying to get it right-sized because they think we probably cut too much. And so the point is not that that whether that number's right, but in 23 that we're still nowhere near the amount that were cut during consolidation. And so that's the point of that is. And so anyway, with that, if we can let Director Sheehan maybe wade in as well.
Madam Chair.
Director?
Representative Walters, and I have done extensive searching through previous employees' historical data on what we've seen. I've had a lot of conversation with HRD, with Erica. We can confirm the count through HRD at 396.
Closer to the mic.
Sorry, Madam Chair. We have confirmed 396 positions that we can pull out of the system. I do have reporting from the previous deputy CIO in conjunction with reporting from an LSO memo. We can match up to the 425. It's where the actual position cuts that we're actually taking away. That's where a little bit of the disparity comes in. We can confirm 92. I have reporting that shows 125. I think in the footnote there it talks about, we know for sure 23 positions were reclassified within the agencies, which I think speak to, they may have been titled IT, but weren't really IT. And so it's a matter of the difference of those numbers of the final. But I think back to the chief's point is our intent here is, right, we're not trying to grow government. We're trying to right size the operations here and provide the best value that we can to the agencies.
Representative Larson?
Then Chief Perkins, as I read this initially, and this is piggybacking on Chairman Nethercott, Representative Walters' point, I would have concluded that your intent was to hire the positions listed within the funds requested. But listening to your explanation, I would now conclude that what you're asking for is authorize the total positions, and then you'll fund as many as you can and then come back for additional funding.
Director?
Madam Chair, Representative Larson. So we took what we believe we could legitimately hire within that first time period, first year. So we're not appropriating funds too soon. So it is my belief that the 37 positions that are listed here, we can hire those. In the scenario that I provided the chief in the governor's office, there were some additional positions primarily focused in that project management and the business relation managers. Hiring all of those positions, I don't think it happened in the first year. And to stand up an office like that with that many employees, I think we'd actually set ourselves up for failure if we hired too rapidly.
Follow up, Madam Chairman, because I'm a little confused. But I thought I heard you say, PR, that you felt that you could hire that many people within that budget amount. And I get that you wouldn't get them all hired the first year, but is that a sufficient amount over a biennium to support the salaries for that many people?
Director, closer to the mic.
Madam Chair, Representative Larson, while I would never say no to more funding, we have done careful consideration and I believe that we can, with this funding amount, hire these positions.
Chief?
If I can ask a clarifying question, Madam Chairman, I think what Senator Larson getting is this the biennialized number? And the answer is no, because it's not funding for all these positions for 2 years. So if you're interested in that, we'll get back to you with the biennialized number for that.
That makes
for
more
these
sense
positions.
to all of us now. Oh. All right, committee. I first said no, but I'm getting lots of asks and sensing the need for a break for even the chief and staff. We will take a 5-minute break. So we will come back at 4:55. Allow everybody to stretch their legs, get a little caffeine. And we're going to work through these letters because I think we can do it. All right. All right, committee, we are coming back together. We are on Governor's Letter number 9.
Thank you. Madam Chairman, letter number 9 is phase 3 of the employee compensation. As you know, last year and one again, on behalf of the employees of the state of Wyoming and their families, want to express appreciation to the members of JAC for supporting phase 1 and phase 2, and also the member of the legislature who did that. It's been successful. I think we've been relatively successful in the implementation of phase 1 and phase 2. And it certainly has boosted morale and the well-being of our dedicated workforce, and it's also helped reduce the number of vacancies that we have on there that we've experienced in the state. Although there's certainly room for improvement, and we hope to continue to make and believe we will make progress there. As we look ahead, in order to recognize the ongoing need for further adjustments to maintain pace with the job market, we are also making a request in this letter for a phase 3 appropriation. This will help us address moving, the anticipation is that we move from the 2022 market rate to the 2024 market rate, but in 2020, and would be effective 2025 in that regard. And so it also would help us provide some additional adjustments in specific job classifications. And also one of the issues is addressing compensation compression. An example of compensation compression is just, for example, DFS caseworkers prior to implementation of phase 2 were making between 80, most of them were making less than 90% of the MPP or the market wage for their classifications. When we move them all to at least 90%, that whether they were working there 1 year or they've been working there 10 years, they all ended up relatively at the exact same place. That's an example of compression, and we anticipated that would happen and know that that's going to happen. So what we wanted to do was, hopefully, as we go into phase 3, as we move to let's continue to keep up with market rates for each job classification, that we would also then be able to relieve some of the compression issues that have developed. Therefore, the ask you see is in the 3rd paragraph. Included in the profile is basically $42.5 million in ongoing general funds for a phase 3 compensation adjustment. This includes compensation increases for UW, Wyoming Community College Commission, judicial branch personnel, along with state employees. Also includes reconciliation amounts for enhanced oil recovery, public television, judicial contracts and judicial conduct and ethics, business council, and the Wyoming Energy Authority. And this request includes authorizing amounts necessary for federal funds from non-general fund agencies, employees, subject to the agency's review of available funding. So of this request, the governor proposes that 36, and this is in that 4th paragraph, so it breaks down 36.637 501 in phase 3 appropriation be effective on July 1 of 2025. So there would be no raise in 2024. This would be effective in July 1st of the following biennial year, and with the exception that $5,900,000 in change of this general fund request be effective to authority to fund vacant positions identified in phase 2 to 90%. If you remember, what we're talking about there is you gave us some grace under 310 under section 310 that we could use existing appropriations to fill vacancies up to 90%, but that was not an appropriation of additional money. So this gets the money into those positions so that those vacant positions are now fully funded. And we also identified, and in addition to that, there's 1.2 of federal funds and another 4.5 million of other funds. And so that come along with that will need authorization. And additionally, we would ask for flexibility for agencies who are off the appropriated budget, such as Game and Fish, and the YDOT Commission budgets, to bring their vacant positions to 90% as well. And additionally, we're also seeking flexibility and appropriation out of this appropriation and the related authorizations to fund vacant positions that are actually filled between then and now from anywhere from 90 up to MPP if it's necessary to pay over 90 to get to fill those positions. We were only authorized to go up to 90 before. So this is just seeking some flexibility with that money, that when we actually hire somebody, if we can't quite get the right candidate at 90%, we can exceed 90%, but not over MPP to hire those candidates to use that money. We're just looking for flexibility for that immediate money to help us do that.
Chairman Nicholas?
Thank you. I'm curious on with regards to the judiciary, they have their own request for readjusting a significant number, if not all of their members. How does that incorporate in with your numbers as part of this pay raise into the judiciary? I mean, at some point, we need a balancing of whatever we do.
Chief?
I think that's right. I know that the Chief Justice came with their own request for that. And so I think there'll be some work to do to reconcile that. I think that the other side, and I don't know, I haven't looked at what her proposal was with respect to that second year of the biennium, for her 2020.
I think the whole dollar amount is 5.5 million just for their division.
Director Hibbert?
Madam Chairman, this is the compensation phase 3 for the judicial branch. You have a request from the judicial branch for market adjustments on positions. They're not tied together. They're separate asks.
Thank you for that clarification, Director Hibbert. All right, any questions? Representative Stiff?
Madam Chairman, Mr. Chief of Staff, this is an important issue, obviously. So the 5.9 million of the request to fund vacant positions to 90%, that makes a lot of sense to me. Because if you don't have vacancies to at least 90%, people won't accept the job application. And maybe some agencies need flexibility to go higher than that. The other 36 million, I guess I'm just struggling with understanding who gets the money and how. Is it that my understanding of the first two the raise we did in 2022 and the one we did in 2023 was designed to help the people at the lower end of the wage scale, I thought, or who were the most behind. Is this money going to go to the same people, or is it going to go to the people who didn't get raises last time? Are we giving raises to the higher end people now? I'm just confused about where the money goes and what the core justification of what happens if we don't do this, against the background of the fact that if you got a raise, it was 18% from the last 2 years.
Madam Chairman, if I can ask a clarifying question, I don't understand the 18%.
Well, that's just my information from LSO, that if you got a raise in this last 2 rounds through in 2022 and 2023, that essentially the average was about 18%. That's the information I've got. Maybe State Budget Office has a different number. I don't know. It's been a little bit, the whole thing's been a bit opaque to me, to be honest.
Well, I think if you go back and look, particularly with respect to phase 2, that when you look at the average budget raise, I think it gets skewed because we particularly tried to make sure that people at the lower end were raised. And so even in phase 2, there were people at the lower end that were making, $15, $16, $8, $17 an hour that got raises that were raises 10% or more just in phase 2, because, a 10% raise when you're making, $15 an hour is only $1.50 an hour. So I think as you look at the average number, we did not do across the board pay raises. So if you go back and look, and we've talked about this, but it is a little bit complicated, but we started out and we did a number of things. First of all, as we went through, we made sure that everybody was making at least, if I remember, like $15 an hour, and that everybody got at least a $300 a month raise. And so we did all that. Then we looked at that, and if you still then weren't at 90%, then we moved everybody to 90%. And then once you got moved to 90%, the other big step of that was we went back and we moved I think we were at the 2017 pay table. We moved from the 2017 pay tables to the 2022 pay tables. And so if the average raise was 20% in the last 2 years, I mean, maybe it was, but there hadn't been raises in 6 or 7 years for most individuals. So I think those statistics, maybe at 18% is the average number. I don't know that. I know that in our discussions, it's really easy to bring that back to a specific number. What's the average raise across the enterprise? But it is, so in going back, phase 2 was not to just do lower people. It was to move lower people up to what we were trying to bring at least everybody's making a minimum amount. And then the rest was to move people to their pay tables. And then there was some amount that was awarded for the job performance. So if you were meets expectations, you got a one level raise. If you were commendable or exceeds expectations, commendable or superior, you got additional bump or with respect to merit. So, but it wasn't intended just for low people. It was across, in large part, it was to bring pay tables across the enterprise up so that they were appropriate with the 2022. What we're talking about in phase 2, when you look at the majority of the large ask that's effective not until July 1st of, not 2024, but July 1st of 2025, is to not lose ground against the pay table. That the same thing, we don't know what that'll look like. We'll look at the pay tables then. And obviously that depends on a category by category amount. What is going on in the market in our comparable states and our comparator states? What's going on in the market in each classification? And those adjustments get made in those classifications. And so this is our best guess at what that might look like given what inflation is and what we anticipate between then and now. And what the actual number is, we won't know until we actually see what the 2024 pay tables say.
Kind of a big deal. Perhaps more than leafy spurge. Maybe not. Questions from the committee?
Madam Chairman,
Representative Dick?
one short follow-up. I know last February or so, we got a chart that showed us if you do the request at that time, here's what the band looks like for how many people will be, below 90, how many people will be above between 90 and 100, how many people will be between 100 and 110 of market policy position in PP. Having a chart like that of what this does would be useful to me, if that's possible to get.
Chief?
Madam Chairman, we'd be happy to do that, but we can't provide you that information until we have the 2024 pay table. We don't know what that would be. There's no way to know how many raises happen in a pay, because what that is mostly to do is move people to the 2024 pay table based upon your classification. So if you're a executive assistant, or you're a clerk, or you're a janitor, you'll look at that and you'll move to whatever your pay table is in 2024. Right now, we don't know what that number is. When we have the 2024 pay tables, we'll make that assessment and certainly do that. But the point is to move it, is to keep pace with what market pay rates are. That's the intent.
Mr. Chairman.
Representative?
Mr. Chief, I guess it confuses me more, because if you don't know what the pay table is, how do you know how much money to ask for? I don't know what your target is. I'm happy to see, what, using the most recent pay table available, understanding that it's not perfect and that it's always a moving target in some sense.
Chief?
If we can, I think that if we can let our state budget director, Director Hibbard can.
Yes,
speak.
Director Hibbard?
Madam Chairman, the phase 3 breaks into a 6% salary adjustment. And then if that includes benefits, it'll be 8.25%.
So that's how it's calculated, but how it actually breaks out will depend upon the data we have at the time, if that makes sense. So if you looked at that, you'd take your pay bands in that existing table and you would just move them up basically 6%. And that's roughly where you'd end up, if that makes sense. And the only other thing I would say is in doing that, I think the other thing is that we appreciate the continued support, and we're advocating for flexibility in vacant 310 positions and acknowledging the effective dates. It's, all of your assistance in this has been invaluable. And we would also ask or recommend that the 310 grace that you granted us, the $8 million, be biennialized, so that we can continue to work with that going forward to permit funding of the vacancies up. However, the one adjustment we'd ask is the one to be biennialized, and instead of just funding all vacancies at 90%, we'd ask for the grace to do it up to MPP, so we can continue to work on filling vacancies. And so I think we've shown we've tried very, very hard to be responsive with this. I think we used in the $8 million of the 310 grace, 310D grace that was granted to us in the last budget. I think we used approximately 1.2 million of that. I'm looking at Director Hibbard for confirmation.
Director?
Madam Chairman. The biennialization is $16 million for what grace you gave us last year. And we are asking for 5.9 million. So we did a very conscientious job about what latitude you provided us on that 90% on the vacant positions.
And so in asking for that, the point of that is simply saying that you gave us 8 million of flex. We didn't use anywhere near that. We don't anticipate we'd use this $16 million of 310 flex that you gave us that we're asking for, but we're just asking for it to make sure, again, as we go to fill vacancies, if that it just gives us some flexibility to move that money around and make sure that we can fill the vacancies. And the limitation last time was to 90%. We're just asking that flexibility to be extended up to MPP instead of just 90, because sometimes 90% isn't enough to fill the vacancy.
The Senate is intrigued, contemplative. All right, with that, we will go to Governor's Letter number 10.
Thank you. Governor's letter number 10 is about an employer contribution with respect to retirement. The governor appreciates the leadership that I think this committee's shown and I think you've got two bills dealing with contribution rates for public employee pension plan. And I think the eventual, obviously all of us, it's in all of our interests, including our retirees, to move that we recognize and move that we keep our pension of achieving 100% of funding in those things within a reasonable time into the future. And so specifically, I mean, if you look at 24 LSO 341, which I think you guys take up that discussion tomorrow, moves us halfway to the recommended contribution rate by increasing the total rate to 1% over the next 2 years, so 50 basis points per year. And the 1% is proposed to be split evenly between the employer and the employee. And so the state of Wyoming currently picks up a part of that 50% split between there. And so right now, the employer picks up part of the half associated with the employer, so that the employee is really generating or picking up 5.57% of that is deducted from their pay each time that they're paid to pay their share, and then the state as an employee contribution pays the rest. If you go out there, you have to remember that 70% of the pension plan is funded by local governments, not by state employees. And so whenever we change those things, it's a bigger effect, or a significant portion of the plan falls not just on the state, but it falls on every school board, county commission, city council, or governing board that has retirees in the system. And so ultimately, as we do that, I think the point there is simply that as we do that, you just need to be judicious in providing time so they can make those adjustments to their budgets. We are providing and have recommended distributions, direct distributions, or other things that, eventually those things fold into the funding models for schools. So eventually that stuff catches up and gets paid for, but you have to recognize that when you start, the effective dates of those things have significant effects on the vast majority of the participants in the plan. So just wanted to bring that to your attention. What this is, and the ask is on page 2, is the governor's proposal spending up to $9 million in federal funds to pay the state's portion to keep this so that the employees portion stays at 5.57. And the reason that is the governor points out that a lot of times in the past, even when there was a modest pay raise, when you come around behind that and say, all right, we're going to take more of that pay raise and we're going to stick it into your pension plan, there's a, you know, that ultimately ends up with affects the take-home pay of the employees. Additionally, I think in do that, most of the plan components don't have COLAs, and so we're also requiring and asking employees to participate in deferred compensation, which also is an additional deduction if they want to make sure that they have a secure retirement. They need to also be saving voluntarily from their savings or from their wages or others to do that. So every time that we hit employees and ask them to take more of their check, it reduces their ability. One, it lowers the amount that they have in their take-home salaries to pay their bills. It also impacts their ability to participate in the deferred comp plans, which we basically instituted in lieu of COLAs in many instances. So that's why the governor proposes that with this $9 million to pay the state governments associated that. He proposes that not knowing exactly how fast the legislature wants to proceed on that. So that number obviously can be adjusted down. With the proposed 1% increase that's in there, the total cost of the biennium would be about $4.7 million of general funds if I think the draft bill stays where it is. The $9 million of ongoing general recommendation, therefore, would be more than enough to pay for all the associated costs, and thinks that that's a good investment not to demoralize workforce by increasing their time. So that's and I think if you go back and look at the history, I pulled that up. If you go to 9/3/4/21, I mean, it's been slowly ratcheting up every few years since 2018. And so I think there's 1, 2, 3, 4. This would be the fifth, I think, increase in the employee contribution since 2019. Now, recognizing everybody benefits from having a solvent retirement plan, but just would point that out.
Representative Walters?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. If this bill were unsuccessful, would the governor just be fine if this letter going away and not being actually put into effect? Because really it's based on what you just said a moment ago, is if we give a pay raise and then take more out, it's less take-home pay. And so if we don't implement the bill, then they would have the same take-home pay and we wouldn't have a need for this letter. Is that kind of the thought, the process the governor would track?
I think that's correct. I mean, the point of this is to keep the employer share at this point. If you look right now, the employee is supposed to be paying, the employee portion is supposed to be picking up 9.25% of that, and the employee pays 5 point, and so the government, the state through the appropriation actually picks up the amount paid by the employer is 5.75%. So the employees are paying 3.68% of that for now, and then the employer, and that's the employee's portion. Then the employer's paying 9.37. So the retirement total for everybody is about 18.62 in the general plan. So that's kind of been split 50-50, and then this is about what subsidizing the employee's portion. And so that steadily increased over the years, and this is to pay for that. If that doesn't happen, then this would not be necessary.
Representative Larson?
Chief, the challenge for us is we've done a step 1, step 2, step 3. Huge investment in and warranted for our state employees. Our constituents see that, and we've explained that to them, and now we're saying we're to make that retirement, which is a wonderful retirement system, whole in an adequate time frame to ensure that it's 100% funded, and then perhaps provide COLAs we need to add to it. And there's an expectation that the employees pay, as they're the direct benefactors of that, just like those who aren't in state government. And it's, you can understand the possible conversations that we'll be faced with when they say, why are you paying for the increase in the employee not? And so the justification within the realm of state government and state employees has validity, but then when you step outside and make that totally inclusive with the citizens who we just got through talking about the challenges of medical services and the challenges of everything else, don't have that benefit in most cases, it becomes a challenge. Would you, I guess more than anything, would you acknowledge that that puts this in a very challenging place?
I think anytime that anytime that state employees get raises, I think it puts you in a challenging place. You know, there's lots of individuals who think that government employees are overpaid and so on and so forth. Ultimately, what this comes down to, I think, is how do you make sure that the retirement, the promise of the retirement, it's about fund solvency. It's about fund solvency at the end of the day. And obviously the point is to have a solvent fund. We've looked with the changes in the changes the actuaries have made in the last few years that, you know, we seem to, even though we continue to put more in there, we seem to not necessarily make up much ground on achieving that. I think that ultimately you do that, and you have to find that balance. At the same time, I think that there's two other things you can say about that. One is that that it's part of the package, but the other side of it is that the employer has to be here 4 years before the employer portion accrues, and they actually vests, and so that they're entitled to that. And so if any employee leaves in less than 4 years, any of the employer paid portion goes back to the state, is forfeited, and reduces the obligation to fund future payments. So one, it's not a given. Two, they have to be here for at least 4 years before they actually even vest in what that is. And so at the same time, people get frustrated that their services are not necessarily efficient or it's not done. And if you don't have the people to do the job, they're not, you know, folks aren't very about that happy. So it is about finding that, you know, we're all striving to find the Goldilocks solution to a compensation and what that means for state employees in the state of Wyoming and the taxpayer.
Follow up?
And I apologize, but I just need you to explain for me, and I didn't track it very well. You're asking for 9 million, the need is 4.7. The explanation is, but then we only need 4.7, therefore the 9 million ongoing is more than enough to pay all the associated costs that we can afford to do that. And so if isn't the 4.7 all we need ongoing, or work me through that, or I probably missed it?
Sure, Madam Chairman, it depends what you do with that bill and what that bill does moving forward. So the bill that you've got, that I think you're looking tomorrow on retirement, employee retirement, if you increase that and you raise that amount, it's about covering whatever that adjustment is. That's what it is. So if you go faster than what you have tomorrow, it'll be more than it'll be more than the 4.7. If you have what's in the bill, I believe it's 4.7.
Thank you.
Chairman Nicholas?
So I'm going to page 1, bottom paragraph. You say that the plan is 77% funded by local governments. You must be including basically the school districts to come up with that number.
Yeah.
Because obviously, and a substantial majority of the school districts pay 100% for their health insurance. And so I just think it's a misleading statement the way you outline it there. And I'm just going, so it just confuses the issue if you don't know what we're talking about. It seems to me that after giving roughly 8% or 9% raise and another 9% raise and now a 5.25% raise, this is the best time that we can actually not impact employees like we did in 2018-19, saying, we're underfunded. And so your pay raise is going to be basically going into your retirement fund. So that in terms of morale, this is the best time to do it. Number one. Number two, it's clear that actuarially, the sooner we put the money in there, the farther that money goes, and the less they have to pay in the future. So it's kind of a catch-22. Ultimately, it comes down to who foots the bill for general fund, state funded employees, and so anyway, that's my question.
Representative Sherwood.
There's a question there.
Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is something I was excited to see the governor propose, because I'm hearing the opposite of what my chairman is hearing from state employees in my community, that morale is just now starting to come back and people are just now starting to see the impacts of phase 1 and phase 2, only to hear that we're contemplating taking more out of their paycheck. And I've had a lot of concerned conversations about this. And so whether or not we move forward with this bill, I think the governor's letter is a nice suggestion to consider with our conversations as we move forward, and trying to balance what people have to spend monthly on the day-to-day cost of living, which we know inflation is still here. We know our cost of housing still continues to go up, or, the making this sound in 25 to 30 years. I am leaning towards not wanting to ask our hardworking staff to pick up this bill. And so I appreciate this may be a solution to that conversation. Thank you.
Madam Chairman.
Senator Anderson.
Madam Chairman, anyone who's on Social Security this year can empathize with the state employees, because Social Security is going up this year, but they upped our Medicaid payment more than the increase. So we actually will take a decrease, and it is bad for morale. I'm sure there's going to be some Social Security guys that aren't going to vote for this type of administration again because of that kind of treatment. So I fully understand what they're saying, that they don't want to have a pay raise that is eaten up by something, whether it's healthcare or pension or whatever it is. So this probably hits a spot for me.
There's a lot of commentary. Representative Walters.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. A question for Mr. Swindell, if I could, Madam Chairman.
And committee, the commentary is good and helpful. I don't want to discourage that, but I'm not going to go to the chief to respond to our commentary. Director Swindell.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. My question for Director Swindell is, as this is presented, it's presented in an ongoing manner, not a one-time shot in the arm. And so if you took the 9 million ongoing, would that have a noticeable effect on the fund versus spending this 9 million to essentially cover the cost in a one-time manner for these employees? What's the most beneficial way to spend this 9 million in terms of the whole goal of making an actuarially sound plan? If we did that and didn't pass the bill, is that a good thing? And
Director.
Madam Chairman, Representative Walters, David Swindell, Executive Director of the Wyoming Retirement System. As we will discuss tomorrow, raising the contribution rate from total contribution rate from 18.62 to 19.62 in 2 increments over 2 years is helpful to the progress of the fund. And we can talk in more detail about that. You've seen some of those numbers. And I've had these discussions with the board. At some point, the board is agnostic as to whether that money comes from the employee or the employer. The governor's letter is really talking about the status of the state workforce, believing it's actually reasonable to split it between the employee and the employer. The local governments, which do make up 77% of the plan, mostly school districts, as co-chair said, they will make good decisions. Every city council, every county commission, every school district going to have to figure out how they're going to handle the new reality if such a bill passes. But then we have to put on our hat as the state, what about our workforce and our history of compensation and our level of competitiveness? And the governor
Madam
believes that
Chairman.
it would be better that the employer, the state, increase the subsidy of the employee component and therefore safeguard state employees from their portion of this, at least for this go.
Representative Walters.
Madam Chair, I wanted to interrupt that because I didn't ask the question obviously well enough because the answer I just received was not the direction of the question I was trying to ask. And so that's on me. If we were to not impose the bill that will be discussed tomorrow and increase it by a 1%, but rather take the 9 million that's proposed in this governor's letter and put it in the corpus, and it is proposed in this letter in an ongoing fashion, which means the way I would interpret it, it would be 9 million next biennium, and there would be a consistent $9 million deposited every biennium. Will that have a greater impact on actuarially improving the fund than doing a bill for 1% increase? Because really the goal is actuarially soundness. And this is just to kind of lessen this whole letter just lessens the blow. But if we can do 9 million and get a better bang by doing it to the corpus, that's the question I was trying to ask.
Director.
Madam Chairman, Representative Walters, I'm sorry, I didn't understand the question. An ongoing a distribution of an additional $9 million, just call it a special contribution from the state into the plan, is of course helpful to the plan. But the 1% increase total is ultimately $20 million a year to the plan. So it's more than twice. So just a 9 million instead of the bill is less than half of the effort that the bill would provide.
Follow-up.
However, 9 million per biennium and as 2 years step in, we're getting closer to being what the 1%. That's 18 million over 2 years, and we're going to take 2 years plus to get there. So we're getting closer, I think. Maybe we only do 9 million, do a 9 million direct special deposit as you described it, and do a 0.5% increase, and don't make the change, the 5.57 to 6.07% change as proposed here, and we're starting to end up in about the same place. Are we not?
Director.
Madam Chairman, Representative Walters, to really calculate it, we can throw up the spreadsheet tomorrow morning if you like, because you can have one-time contributions or special contributions to substitute for rate increase. That's absolutely true. What $9 million a year does in comparison to the bill, I'd really like to go model it, but we will have that model for you tomorrow.
Representative Stitt.
Madam Chairman, Director Swindell, so under the current system, if you're a regular state employee, not a school teacher, for example, or for every dollar that gets put into the retirement fund, how much is the employee actually paying right now for every dollar?
Director.
For every dollar.
Fun with math.
Madam Chairman, Representative Stiff, the current situation for state employees is you have a total contribution rate of 18.62% of wages. That is made up of a employee portion of 9.25 and an employer portion of 9.37. The state subsidizes and pays a 5.57% component of the 925. And so the actual effective takeout of the employee's paycheck is 3.68% of pay. Local governments make their own decision in that
So
regard.
Mr. Dr. Swindell, that means about 20 cents on the dollar?
Yes, roughly that amounts
Okay.
to about an 80-20
So
burden.
for every dollar that goes into the pension to benefit the employee is now paying 20 cents.
Correct.
And they're paying themselves, right? I mean, they get that. I mean, the retirement system is not a welfare program. I mean, they're earning this. I mean, it's a wonderful system. It's deferred compensation. Would you agree with that?
Commentary.
Madam Chairman, Representative Seth, I believe the statement was it's a wonderful system. So yes, I will concur with that. I think any executive director that did not concur with that really is going to get taken to the woodshed by both the chief of staff and the retirement board.
Yeah, I want to make sure, who the messengers are and who they are not.
Oh.
Right. Representative Henderson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I hope I'm not commenting additionally, but
little closer to the mic.
When you do your modeling, I'm very interested in building on Representative Walter's suggested concept. You know, we know what the statute says relative to being 100% funded. So I'd be interested in seeing in that information you're going to bring what we can say for the benefit of the retirees, those who've already served and gone through the process, because they have a stake in this as well, right? So I think it's not just the one cohort, if you will. The retirees or the current employees are the one we're trying to send a signal to that we want to come along and work with us, right? Because during the pandemic, as you know, of the $750 million generated that went out to the employed or to the retirees, almost 80% was right here in Wyoming helping us out. And so I think we all have a stake in it. And I'd be interested in that information if you could provide that. Can you provide that, please?
Director Swindell?
Madam Chairman, Representative Henderson, you're asking for the information as to how the distributions are made in the state?
Madam Chairman.
Follow up?
Shorter way around the barn is what sort of opportunity would this provide to getting to 100% relative to this input on a regular basis?
Director Swindell?
Madam Chairman, Representative Henderson, if any contribution is made, whether it's a percentage of wages contribution or a special contribution on an ongoing basis, it helps accelerate the goal of obtaining 100% funding. Right now, the public employee plan is on course to grow, but it's going to grow very slowly. For example, right now, the unfunded liability plan is right around $2.5 billion. A fully funded WRS last year, we earned 13% last year. The numbers are just coming in, but the calendar year return, just FYI, by the way, for the committee, is going to be north of 13%. A fully funded WRS, we're earning 13% on that $2.5 billion. That's more than $300 additional million that would go into the retirement system that this retirement system will not have because our corpus isn't large enough.
And committee, remember, we'll see that bill draft tomorrow.
Yeah.
So some of this conversation may be appropriate at that time. Any additional questions for the chief on his proposal, on the governor's proposal? All right, seeing none. Governor's letter number 11.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Governor's letter number 11 is the ask is to augment and you see it's all right. The asks are all right at the end of the first paragraph. This is about safety and security, particularly with respect to enhancing grants available for domestic violence and sexual assault. You see there's the first ask is for $990,000 in recurring biennial funds for the domestic violence and sexual assault programs, as well as $400,000 in recurring biennial general funds for the child advocacy centers. And also $210,000 in recurring biennial general funds for one position at DCI for the International Crimes Against Children. Just briefly what, I know it's getting late, but just briefly what those are is obviously domestic violence is one of those issues that continues to plague and runs over from everything from missing and murdered Indigenous persons to child pornography to sexual assault to all kinds of domestic violence and you know, as well as a host of other social programs. It's one of the reasons for this request is as we look at where the many of these funds have been done out of federal programming, and as we look at those moving forward, we believe that we're going to see a reduction in those amounts at the federal level. And so this is to do that. So this is trying to augment that and keep this going and keep the efforts we've got going in the state. Just so you know, the child advocacy centers look at children who were either subject to physical abuse or sexual abuse. They provide, there's 3 of them right now. There's one in Casper, Cheyenne, and one in Teton County. I think they're trying to stand up another one now on the Wind River Indian Reservation. We're trying and provide those services across the state, although sometimes that's pretty difficult to get the victims and the resources available from those centers together at the same time. And there's some, you'll find some explanations in there about the DCI on the strike team and how that position would be used in the unit which dealing with child sexual abuse material. So with that, we'll stop there and wait for questions.
Chief, this letter is referred to as a pro-life letter. Can you help me understand why it's referred to as a pro-life letter?
Sure. The governor the governor has always taken the position that pro-life isn't just about having, making sure that getting children here, but once they're here, we have an obligation. So things like where we gave the additional postpartum care is we look at that as a pro-life. Looking after children once they get here, we believe is just as much pro-life as trying to make sure that children who have a right to get here once they're conceived. So we believe that that's just as much pro-life as even the prenatal pro-life effort.
Chief, I have a question for you. You referenced that Wyoming ICAC saved 35 child victims in the year 2022. Were those Wyoming children?
I don't know. I can find that out for you.
And I think everyone knows that in the year 2020, crime was way down everywhere, primarily because of the pandemic. And so crime wasn't being reported or investigated. So I find the influence of that crime statistic disingenuous. Can you tell me the crime statistic associated with 2018, perhaps, for how many children were saved in the state of Wyoming by the division?
I can't off the top of my head. We can sure get you that information.
Madam Co-Chair.
Representative Larson?
I'm sorry, Madam Chairman.
Representative Larson?
So Chief, as I look in the AGs, and Madam Chairman, I apologize, Madam Chairman and Chief, as I look in the Division 900, 906, if I'm in the right one, for victim services and domestic violence and sexual assault. If that's the right agency, it looks like that budget is around 4.9 million. So I'm getting a heads up. From your narrative, it sounds like have been losing and continue to lose some federal grants to supplement that funding. I don't see those federal grants reflected in the budget. Would they not have been, or are they outside that? I'm just trying to figure that part out.
Chief, federal grants associated with all of these different entities that are in this one letter. I believe all of the child advocacy centers are kind of their separate own entities that may receive their own independent grant funding. And then, of course, you have ICAC.
Yes.
We found another friend. That's true.
May not be enough. Welcome, Ms. Chambers.
Thank you. Good evening. Kara Chambers, Director of the Division of Victim Services within the Attorney General's Office. So where they reflect the federal grants in our budget, the numbers that you will see are spending authority. So they don't actually reflect the amount of money available to us. For example, if you look at our VOCA spending authority, it looks like it's 12 million. There's only $3 million in that because the grant has gone down. If you recall, those of you who've been around a while, probably about 5-6 years ago, we had a huge influx and we had to ask for increased spending authority. And it put a little bit of a target on my back. But those grants have fallen off a cliff. We anticipate up to perhaps 40% drop in the VOCA fund, which, if I may, also affects the ask for the child advocacy centers because they receive VOCA only. So.
Thank you, because that answered where the grants come from. I just couldn't see it in that particular budget. It's in another budget. Thank you.
How many federal grants does the ICAC receive, Ms. Chambers?
Madam Chair, that is not my division. I couldn't answer that top of my head.
Chief?
I don't know either. We can find that information for you.
Madam
So you want to know how many federal grants ICAC has received?
Co-Chairman Nicholas?
So based upon what you just said, if the real question is there was a large increase in grants 3, 4, 5 years ago.
Yeah.
So what are we doing now? Are we supplementing or replacing all of those federal grants that we got 3 or 4 years ago? That's what That's what it sounded like. So I just wanted to understand and actually have some type of a breakdown of, the short-term grants, we don't necessarily want to carry on because, or maybe we do, but what are we replacing? How long have it been and how long have they been reliant on those dollars versus one-time dollars or infusions because of COVID and for other, other things like that?
Ms. Chambers.
Madam Chair, Co-Chairman Nicholas. So the huge influx was, like I said, more like 5 or 6 years ago. And what we did, because we're realists in this world, is we didn't spend it all at once. And we've been able to carry that all the way through now. Now, the DVSA funding stream has not seen an increase for inflation since 2011. Everything's getting more expensive. The reality is that the funds that we pass through, those are people. Those are salaries for victims advocates who are out there serving boots on the ground to victims. And what we've seen is, quite frankly, we've gone as far as we can with the federal grants. It was an ask to try to infuse general fund to sort of offset this just loss. They've had to lay off people because we've tried to drag it out as long as we could, but the reality is it just looks bleaker and bleaker as we move forward. I would not consider this supplanting by any means. This is just trying to maintain status quo for our programs.
And Ms. Chambers, I remember when we increased the Crime Victims Compensation Fund, the fee went from 150 to 250 on most defendants. When did that occur?
I believe, Madam Chair, I believe the increase to the surcharge was around 2008, and it hasn't been touched since. The other problem we've had, if you recall from our budget hearing, is the surcharge account, which you're referring to, has also dropped by 20% since 2020. Judges aren't ordering these fines and fees, so we're not collecting them, and that fund is in danger as well.
Are you seeing an immediate increase in that? Because as I mentioned, crime in 2020 was way down. There should be an increase in that based on increasing prosecutions and convictions. Are you starting to see an uptick?
Madam Chair, I want to push back a little bit on the notion that crime went down in 2020. It looked different. I know that ICAC saw a huge increase, and what we saw is not that there were prosecutions or people going to arrest, but we saw a lot of people going to the nonprofit programs. And so tracking our services with crime rates is not always a good metric. But I will say that, again, most of our funding is not like direct services to victims in the sense that this is money going to victims. This is money going to people who work to serve victims. And the crime rate really hasn't seen a drastic drop, but what we're seeing is just everything costs more money. And our funding has gone down. We've not seen an uptick in the surcharge with any of that. And for that matter, as far as pandemic funding, the only pandemic funding my division received was from the FIPSA grant, and it was so restrictive, we've had a very hard time being able to use it, but we used it where we could, which had to do with sexual assaults. And so we've tried to do that as best we can, but I hope that answered your question.
Senator Kinski? Representative Walters?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Chief Perkins, just a clarification confirmation question. The position in 210,000 requested in the latter half of the first paragraph on page 1 is just spelled out in more detail in the second paragraph on page 2. The page 2 is not a second position.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Madam Chairman.
Senator Anderson?
Madam Chairman, this is a real hot issue in my district right now. We have an ongoing court case that is real critical for this. We do probably the majority of the interviews in the state. There's 3 different places that do it, and Casper does the majority of those interviews. We are curious as to that 400,000, if you will just take it and divide it by 3, or you'll look at who's doing the interviews, who actually needs more funds to do more interviews. We obviously need to do more interviews because we didn't catch this one like we should have. And we're looking seriously at what we can do to do more interviews. Thank you.
The question is, how will the money be divided? Chief Perkins?
Madam Chair, if I may. what we have done historically, so just a little background that you'll read in the letter, that there used to be a general fund appropriation for the CACs, and that went away under the Meade administration budget cuts. What we did then is early on, it was just a third, and a third. However, we did start looking at metrics like number of interviews. And so because they also now receive some VOCA funding, I believe we would look at their ask, their need. We would take into consideration sort of a proration across who's doing the most interviews. Although I am always reluctant to count widgets because it doesn't feel nice all the time. But we would consider a formula similar to what we used.
Senator Salazar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Chief, on page 2, second paragraph, it reads, additionally, in order to combat the forces perpetrating these crimes on our children, I also propose adding two positions as that TWO or TO positions on the Internet Crime Against Children Strike Team.
Where's that? Just two the position. Yeah.
2 or 1?
There should be,
Adding
How many
to the-
positions?
just one position.
1 position.
Yeah. All right, any final questions on this letter? All right, seeing none, Chief, let's go to letter 12.
Moving along.
Letter 12 is municipal solid waste landfill. If you go through, we know that we've been working on this. This gives a history of that. The ask is on page 2. Basically, the long and the short of this is, as we've gone through this and looked at that, the DEQ anticipates a total need remaining of all this program is about 23, not quite 23.5 million. The governor's asking to add 10 million into where we're at, which is basically to get us about halfway there about what we think we have left in this program.
That's letter he presented.
Representative Larson?
Chief, do you know how many, so really what we got left, if memory serves me correctly, are really some of our smaller solid waste districts that are trying to switch over to cease and transfer and whatever. Do you know, have an idea of how many of those a year, of those remaining ones, we're getting requests for as they start to switch over?
I think the, I don't know. We tried to recount some of that history in the paragraphs on page 1. If we look at that, I think we are, I don't know that. I think at the end of the day, we'll have that information in that bill, but we can get it to you.
Okay,
on
thank you.
what that is.
I guess my question, Madam Chairman, was for you as historically, these ones that are straggling in haven't come. And the intent, I don't think the intent is to do them all at once. It's kind of as they make the request and do that. So is there a need to fund all of it now, or could we?
No,
that's my question.
Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Chief?
This is an installment. I mean, if you look, and I think if you get to the bottom of this, which is kind of on the bottom of page 1, we talk about that there are, some of the loan, because some of these are loans, some are grants. Some of the loans have been repaid. That's generated about almost $2 million. Additionally, 10 projects that were completed came in at a little, almost $3.2 million under budget. So those monies have returned to the program for remaining for use. The program has been returned a total of 13 million remains in the program accounts with 6.1 million in grants and 6.9 million in loans. And so they're looking at all that, and they're saying that they're looking at, there's 26,000, about 26 million left of what they think is the real need. Looking at that and estimated between 75 and 100%. The projects will be funded, meaning that that's the portion of the projects that are funded and not of grants and loans. The total need is about, that they think is unfunded right now, is about 23 million. And so this is a $10 million down payment on the remaining need. So it's not, so I think what that tells us is there's You know, there's about 5 million, a little over 5 million that's in there ready to be, that's
Read the
still
last sentence in the last paragraph, Madam Chairman. The last sentence, last paragraph says, I request 10 million in order to fund the remaining projects. Not in the.
10 million. That's the ask. Yes. Whether or not that meets it, we won't know until we get to the end.
Chairman.
Representative Walters.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. The way I interpret it, and I would appreciate if I'm reading it correctly, is if you take the 13 million on page 1 and add it to the $10 million request, it gets you to the approximate 23 million in projects remaining. And that is why the sentence that my good neighbor just asked to read. So is that correct in the request?
You stumped the chump. It worked.
All right. Representative Stiff.
Madam Chairman, if I may, Chief, on the same letter number 12, there's $13 million in the account right now. We put 10 million in, takes them a while to spend it, I would assume. If we put the 10 million in, that's going to sit in the state agency pool, right? For however many years before they actually spend it, as opposed to having the general fund money in, say, the LSRA or someplace else. Is that right?
I don't know. We can follow up on that. I'm not sure. I've already spoken out of turn once. I don't want to speak out of turn a second time. On the same letter, at least.
All right. Any final questions? All right, Chief, please continue.
Are we on to letter 13?
We are.
Letter 13 is, we came back last time, a year ago with an inflation request. Again, at the time of the writing of the letter last year, inflation was at 10.1%. The current rate is listed at 4.6%, which is still in Wyoming, which is still about 50% higher than the national average. Although most of us, if you look around, most of us think that inflation still seems to be whittling its way at us. I just listened this morning about $15 Big Mac meals at McDonald's. So, you know, it's life continues to be difficult. So anyway, based on this, the state budget department went through and did an analysis. The analysis in each agency and in each budget unit went through and calculated that. You can see it. Those tables are all attached. We did it for federal funds. We did it for other funds. We did it for general funds. And so that you get to the second paragraph. Those are the asks that the little over 48 million in general funds, inflationary costs, of which 8 million of this is a one-time request and the remainder is ongoing. Also included in this, the proposal are you see almost $7.5 million in federal funds and authority there, and a little over $5.6 million of other funds to meet that. The other thing we wanted to make sure we point out in the interest of transparency is that we're looking at about the state aircraft. The short version of state aircraft, we met with YDOT and the state aircraft. That rate is moving from $14.25 per hour to $18.25 per hour as our operational costs. So I wanted to make sure that you understood how much of that went into the state plane and in particular. And then, of course, a significant amount of that goes into governor's travel. So we wanted to be transparent about what that is and at least what part of that is with respect to the state plane, because it is, there's always interest in the use of the state plane.
Madam Chairman.
Representative Stiff.
Chief, and the first paragraph, there's a lot of discussion about the inflation rate, but I don't see a discussion of what the actual inflation rate is being used to calculate all the numbers that are in the 29-page attachment.
And we do have the state budget department here today, so he can help us with that calculation.
Madam Chair.
Director Hibbard.
First of all, I would like to say on the front end of this is that this is a calculation predicated on the budget amount, because we're not simply putting in a rate across the budget. What we're doing is we're measuring the performance of the budget first and then looking at what the overage is. I've also provided LSO with the methodology. I drafted a memo and I provided that to LSO on how that methodology works. Basically what it is, we looked at the last full year of experience, and then we prorated that difference in the budget shortage for this calculation, with the exception of the motor vehicle number that was provided to us by A&I. So that's it in a very short fashion. If you have follow-up questions, I'll certainly answer them.
Madam Chair.
Representative Larson and then Stith.
Thank you. So I'm a little fuzzy on that, Director Hibbard. So if we pass this, in my mind, the inflation's in their budget, and it would be reflected in their budget and funds allocated based on what we see in the letter on July 1. But I'm not sure that you're saying that that's the way it would be done.
Madam Chair, we did this process last year and we asked that we do the B11, and we asked for it to be biannualized. You chose to make it one time. We've done the calculation the very same way, and we used the most recent last 12 months. We prorated that to the biennium. This amount of money is not in the budget yet, but we have had conversation with LSO about the need to have this appropriated rather than us do the B11, because it doesn't bring it through the budget cycle to where you can see how things are moving from one budget year to the next. So
I think so.
in one fashion or the other, what we would like to do is, this is our calculation for the inflation that does not exist in the budgets because it was one time last year, and facilitate that into the appropriation in the proper fashion.
Yeah, and Madam Chairman, follow up just to clarify.
Follow up.
So then if we passed it, we put it in the budget. It is now in their budget that's available to them in their budget in July.
Correct. If you pass it and we put it in, it's available July 1st.
Thank you.
Madam Chairman.
Representative Stith.
Director Hibbard, I apologize. I probably wasn't paying close enough attention. My question was, what's the rate of inflation you're using? And I thought the answer would be like a number. I just didn't hear a number.
Madam Chairman,
Director.
that's absolutely why our methodology is the way that we do it. We're not just putting a inflation number in across the expanse of the organization. We are doing an analysis of the budget performance. And this is what is taking place. The shortage is calculated. So like I led off in this conversation intentionally to say, this is not an across the board rate increase. This is a budget analyst of the performance of the budget first. Put it this way. I have a budget of $10. I do a calculation and it looks like that budget needs $9. I didn't add anything to it. If I have $10 and I do this calculation of the budget performance and it needs to be 11, I'm requesting to add $1. It's the budget performance first.
Chairman Nicholas.
You say budget performance. What's that definition? How do you define that in terms of?
I think this is a good conversation because it's very important. We don't want to put money into a budget that doesn't need it. So we first have to look at, how is that budget performing? Is it underperforming? We're not going to add money to it. If it's overperforming, meaning that we're experiencing an inflationary impact, we want to analyze that and just add what it is rather than assume it across.
So what are your metrics to determine whether or not it's underperforming or over?
And this is in the memo I provided also, and these are the metrics. We looked at the last full 12 months, like we did last year, the most recent 12 months. And we took that budget performance predicated on that same time frame to see what the impact of inflation is on the budget.
I don't know that tells us anything other than that's how you came up with the number. It doesn't educate us to what underperforming or overperforming is in those particular, by each agency and is that is that a subjective
an-
thing? Is it objective? That's what
I'll
We have
go in.
another question from Representative Monitor.
Thank you. Drew, could you, on the last sentence of the first paragraph, it says at the time of this writing last year, the overall inflation rate in Wyoming was 10.1%. The current rate is 4.6%, which is 50% higher than the national average. Can you tell me why that's in this letter and what do we take from those numbers of this letter?
I think the point of that is inflation is still here and it's still impacting state budgets. I mean, that's, and I think just to maybe put it, for example, if you go back and look at this, I mean, so inflation's still here and we know that. So you'll see a lot of times, actually gasoline prices are lower, fuel prices are lower than they were a year ago, but lots of other things are more expensive than they were. And so as you go back and look at these individual accounts, if someone, for example, in travel, if an agency didn't even come close to using all of their state travel, there's no inflation adjustment for that state travel.
And
For
do you use
agencies that
vacancies as
use it
part of
all,
that?
then we're trying to help that. So it's quite frankly, and just to be bluntly honest, I mean, it's part of it is we didn't want to go back and have inflation adjustments for budgets that looked like they were adequate to carry through the biennium.
Madam Chair. These analytics were done on 25 different budget centers: utilities, communication, in-state travel, out-of-state travel. That list has been provided to you with the impacts of general, federal, and special revenues.
So in part, it's kind of a management tool for the overachievers and underachievers or how they manage their budget. And that's just part of the nature of the beast. And it's probably a very useful exercise for agency heads to spend all their money before.
Also, inflation was so, Madam Chairman, if I may, inflation was so nominal for so many years that it didn't turn out to be a big deal. It's turned out to be a big deal in the last couple of years. So I don't, we'll see where inflation goes, but if inflation really is down, like I said, everything on the news tells us that they're starting to get under control. It doesn't quite feel like that, except for maybe when you fill up your gas tank. So my empirical experience tells me that inflation is probably still above 4.5%, but certainly housing costs are flattening out. There's a lot of things that go in the inflation number. Housing costs certainly flashing out. Fuel costs, at least in our state, not all states, but generally across the board, fuel costs are down. So there's some inflationary pressures that have eased, but a lot of those inflationary pressures haven't been released on supply chain issues and those types of things that, housing we don't have any housing, we don't have much housing allowance anywhere in our state budget. It's fuel, it's utilities, we're continuing to see increases in utilities, we're continuing to see increases in office supplies and other things that, you're subject to supply chain. So overall inflation rates are somewhat nominal. Again, the point there on the 4.6 is even the state of Wyoming, it's still here, even with the reductions we've seen in gas. My wife said today she spent less than $1 a gallon in gas to fill up.
Letter 13. All right, seeing none. The final letter. No, 15. Close. Letter 14. Representative Walters.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Will the governor be providing any updated number, more refined number based on the Craig report, or is this kind of close enough that he's not too concerned with an updated, more exacted number?
I think he's not particularly concerned, particularly with what the Joint Appropriations Committee and the legislature has done with the savings recommendation over the last few years. We know, and he recognizes that you have other goals with respect to 5X and 7X on these funds and other things that you're doing, and recognizing that. I think some of you have had those discussions with the governor individually, and you know exactly what his concerns are. This is his recommendation. So I don't think that this will be adjusted we won't come back to you with a different recommendation, knowing that you all have lots of thoughts, and most of them aren't that dissimilar.
Madam Chairman,
Representative Walters?
question for Policy Director McKay. In the third paragraph down right after PMTF, could you explain with?
Boy, this room gets tough late. Madam Chairwoman, can we leave after 6 o'clock?
We have a typo.
All right, final questions on
Madam
letter
Chairman?
14?
Madam
Senator
Chairman, on
Anderson.
this 14, is it 265 in to the PMTF and then 265 into the school foundation? So it's actually 530, 540, something like that?
Madam Chairman, yes, we looked at the profiles and for the first time in many, many years, the school foundation program account has surpluses that would allow that kind of contribution from the school foundation program. And also we have a similar surplus that we looked at for, that would be available to go to PMTF. The other thing I would add is even though we don't make recommendations, that we would encourage the continued deposit of the 1% severance tax into these accounts as well.
Co-Chairman Nicholas.
So, thank you very much for presenting the letters. And one of the issues that we have, I know we have one more to go, but there's over $1 billion of letters that we get on, and markup on the letters is next week. And I'm just going, we got to have a better system on this. So just food for thought. I mean, if we made a requirement that letters have to be in by December 15th and give a heads up so that the next time the biennium comes around, or however we do it, we have more time. And then we could sit back and have it review them. We could ask for callbacks and ask for particular data information, to what's out there. I mean, when there's that much money changing hands on different projects that the governor wants, it just seems that if we had more time to do our homework, it would be an easier process for us. And particularly with our co-chairman on both sides, in Senate and House, now are demanding essentially that we have the budget done and wrapped up at least a week before session. And we don't meet much after, maybe 1 or 2 days in February, I think, to round this thing out. But it's just food for thought that, I got lots of questions I'd like to ask about what we just went through, and we're just not going to have time to ask them or get that information. And it's just a quandary.
Madam Chairman, I think we're always trying to collaborate. At the end of the day, we're all trying to do the right thing for Wyoming, and anything we can do to make each other's job more efficient and effective, we're willing to talk about. And I think, I think we do need to probably do a postmortem on procedures, maybe, once everybody's had a chance to have their head clear after session, and talk about maybe how we do this and iron some of this stuff out going forward. There's a number, this is one, there's some other issues that have come up that continue to reoccur, and we ought to talk about how to make that process work for all of us.
Madam Chairman.
Representative Stith.
Madam Chairman, to indulge Director Hibbard's patience once more, back on the inflation letter, to use an example that you have on page 9 of the itemization for Agency 6, Department of Administration and Information, Unit 3022, the inflation amount is at an even flat $8 million. And when I look at Unit 3022, it looks like that's Division General Services, Vehicle Replacement Depreciation Reserve. How do you get to the $8 million? I mean, how does your methodology get you there?
Madam Chairman, I pointed that out in my calculation methodology conversation earlier, that A&I provided me that statistic, that's what they need for their depreciation reserve because of the impacts of inflation on the vehicle cost inflation.
All right, moving on. Governor's letter number 15.
Number 15 is, and there's no real ask in this. What this is really, this is, we did, when we made all of our capital recommendations, we recommend they come out of this SIPA account. And so, which is kind of what the JAC's done over the years. So this is basically a budget ballot transfer letter that doesn't really, you guys will ultimately balance the budget anyway, but this is basically simply a procedural one so that we, by making this recommendation, it would bring all of our accounts so that we would have a negative balance in any account where we recommended appropriation from.
For some purpose.
Representative Walters.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and just wanting to make a couple clarifications, make sure I'm reading and interpreting correctly. In the first paragraph, the 91.2 million that you're referencing to savings is part of the 265 from a previous letter that you would like to go into the PMTF. Just want to make sure that's correct. And then my follow-up to that would be, does that need to then be effective immediate?
And I think what that is, and certainly Director Hibbert can jump in. I think what we did is, if I remember right, we visited and tried to get on the same page with Mr. Richards. And so I think these are the amounts that I think we, at last, what we knew that we needed to get these things to balance out.
Madam Chair, these would be effective immediate.
Dr. Hibbert. Okay. I don't know where we are.
Unless there's other questions, I think we're through the letters.
We are through the letters. Are we through the letters? We are through the letters. Committee, good work. We're going to briefly thank you, Chief. We, of course, will hear from you again before we are finished with our work here. I'm going to look to Mr. Richards to walk through our agenda for the morning so everyone is clear. And then we will adjourn.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. Tomorrow's agenda has been modified somewhat for those listening in and for members of the committee. The Craig report will be released publicly at 8 o'clock. You will consider two pieces of draft legislation which were touched upon today. The public employee retirement plan, that's the contribution bill first, and then the actuarially determined contributions bill second. Then you have a couple of callbacks, the Wyoming Energy Authority, the Department of Family Services, and then a callback in executive session on security. The Stablecoin Commission has been rescheduled for next week. We have reached out to Mr. Apollo. We have also reached out to Senator Rothfuss as a courtesy, and both of them are available next week. You also have public comment. The last I checked, there have been 7 individuals signed up for public comment. That's typical. I would anticipate one or more of them may be via Zoom, may not be present. We also have that testimony click on our website. I think it goes down this evening. And then we have and have had today, a physical sign-up sheet as well outside the doors if there are any additional members of the public wishing to provide testimony on any item in the budget.
So,
Senator Guru.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I just wanted to check and make sure that Chief didn't have anything else he wanted to tell us. I think he might have mentioned something else.
Madam Chairman, there were a couple things, but given the lateness of the hour, we can do that a different way.
Madam Co-Chair.
I couldn't agree more, but I wanted to
Wants
ask.
to talk. Everybody wants to talk. Co-Chairman Nicholas.
Just to follow up on the calendar then for tomorrow. What I would, it looks to me like if, Don, you'll take roughly how long, you think?
Mr. Chairman, it probably depends on questions, but I was anticipating 45 minutes.
For Craig.
So I think there's a good chance that we'll be close to or almost done by noon.
Mhm.
And so I, I would just want to get a consensus if we take a short 15, 20-minute break at lunch. So, or we should essentially work through lunch, so that we can get on the road. I know that the forecast is for snow and wind for those who are going home. And so I just want to get the feedback from the committee on doing that.
I'll skip lunch.
Yeah.
I need to get on the road.
Somebody just say my name. We did consider that, and it's there. I know Representative Sherwood is planning on having some folks come for public comment as well. I would ask them to come early or have them appear via Zoom if they're over in Laramie, Representative Sherwood,
Particularly for the weather.
particularly for the weather. And we can also bring Chairman Perkins back tomorrow too, around noon, to hear his final comments. And as we percolate those letters, also to maybe ask some additional questions, since there's time. Chairman Perkins, did you hear that?
I apologize.
Chief Perkins, if your schedule allows, we can bring you back about noon tomorrow to kind of round out this conversation too, and then follow up with any letter questions we might have.
That's a very generous offer. I'm headed to Florida to see the grandson do something pretty dramatic. So, not dramatic, enjoyable. That's a great achievement in his life.
Well, we will see you next week.
So that's fine. And we can respond, and some of this I can just put together in a short memo or letter, my point. So it's not, we don't have to
Okay.
do that. So we can do it that way.
Okay, Representative Larson?
Dawn, so the comments tomorrow will be solely on the budget bill, not on the Capcom bill, because we've not worked that yet.
Mr. Richards?
Madam Chairman, members of the committee, it is certainly your discretion, not staff, as to the scope of public comment. Historically, it has been on all four bills: local government, ARPA, capital construction, including state and K-12, as well as the budget, meaning the entirety of testimony. However, you will note that this year is a little bit different. Staff have prepared text for the local government bill and the state capital construction bill in advance. Usually that is not the case. We go through the markup process like the budget bill. So you have text. Those have been publicized for over a week, maybe 2 weeks now. So if you wish to take those bills up, for example, in a more traditional manner, like the retirement bills tomorrow, and offer public comment, that is obviously not our call. That's the preference of the committee and the chairs.
Madam Chairman, the only reason I ask it is just the narrative you said was to take public comment on the budget. And so I just wanted to clarify that. I'm not suggesting one way or the other, just trying to clarify.
Okay, with that, meeting is adjourned. We'll see you tomorrow at 8. We will circle the drain forever.